Lakewood at least 48 hours in advance. The public has the right to attend this meeting, and reasonable comprehensive minutes of this meeting will be available for public inspection. This meeting meets the criteria of the Open Public Meetings Act. Mr. Gonzalez.
Here.
Mr. Flintstone.
Here.
Mr. Stern.
Here.
Mr. Isaacson.
Here.
Mr. Meyer.
Here.
Thank you. I'm swearing in Mr. Gold.
Okay, so I think to kind of give everybody a roadmap tonight, the idea is that we're going to really bring the public up and speak whatever you want to speak. Then I believe we're going to have counsel give closing arguments, or counsel. Counsel one, Mr. Nato. She'll be here. Okay. So we'll let counsel have the closing arguments, and then the board is going to deliberate, and then the plan is we're going to vote. So at the end of the last meeting is we want everybody to be able to speak. If everybody here spoke for 4 minutes, we will be here till 1 o'clock in the morning. So my only request is that if you've heard other people make your points, maybe consider not coming up. I mean, we're going to hours, we want at least everybody to have a voice here and be able to speak. But if there's a way that we can keep it within bounds, that way we can actually try to vote tonight and move along. Good evening, Mr. Nato. Okay. So, we just open up the public. Okay. Who would like to speak? Oh, okay. He was coming up. I think age before puberty. What? Age before puberty. Not that he's not beautiful. Sir? No. Ali, I believe the other thing is we have to state our name and we have to spell it and where they live.
Yes, thank you. We were looking for the remote for the timer, which sometimes is helpful to use on the track, but I don't see it on my card. I may have left it up here.
Oh.
It's not.
Is it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
So the general limit is, 4 minutes. Not be crazy about it. Like if somebody's in the middle of a thought, you can try to finish a sentence, we'll let you finish a sentence. But in the interest of having as many people be able to voice their words, try to keep it to 4 minutes. Please, go ahead, sir.
You want to swear me in?
No, I don't think you need to be sworn in. Yeah.
Sir, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes. It's Pastor Bob Miller, 117 Skyline Drive, Lakewood, New Jersey, 08701. Fairways.
Pastor Miller, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you'll give before this board?
I do. I do, and I only tell the truth because I have a higher authority.
All right.
Okay. I just want to start off by saying, and I don't usually write script, but it was so much I couldn't contain it. So I put it on paper, keep myself on track. And I will be quick.
Go for it.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank this volunteer board for what they do, because they're volunteers. And I certainly want to thank you, Mr. Stern, for the way you conducted these proceedings. I also want to say that I want to thank Mr. Robinson, too, because both of you brought up a point that there needs to be negotiation to come to a good resolution for all parties. I had a brief discussion with the applicants and told them that the reason I moved to the Fairways community is because of the wonderful golf course view that I had from my rear windows. It is like looking at paradise, and at the time I told the applicant, they also told me that in fairness to our Fairways residents, they would not build or sell the original 9 holes of the Eagle Ridge Golf Course, and it will remain intact. This agreement will be upheld by a judge, but would need the approval by the HOA board. Now, that was told to me. I only tell the truth. Okay? And there may be witnesses to that fact. Okay. I'd like to go on just another short piece. As we have heard from the applicant's attorney and their expert witnesses, they made statements that were not correct. And they later corrected those statements based upon our attorney and our expert witnesses' testimony. So credibility is something to think about. It is true, before each meeting we salute the flag and pledge our allegiance. Okay? We all say, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, we all need to practice what we preach and love one another and do what is right in the eyes of God, making sure our motives are correct by examining ourselves. We need to have peace, shalom, and that only comes from fairness and love for one another. Seniors have earned the right to live in peace. The Pledge of Allegiance, that's basically what I have. I have one more little piece here that I'm concerned with. I'm sorry, it'll take a second. I know you have other folks waiting. It is feasible to permit construction on homes where children will live close to a landfill that is still emitting this methane gas. Yes, golfers walk there, but they're there for a short period of time. So they're not absorbing all that poison. And unfortunately, having the children there that can't make their own decisions, adults can, but children can't. And it's not fair to the children to bring them to a place where there's a landfill, where that chemical is coming out of the ground. It's been proved to kill children. If you want that on your conscience, board, that's fine with me. But again, I said, we got a higher authority to answer to. We need to really give it the right thought to see if this is the right thing and fits for this community. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
God bless.
God bless. All right.
Thank you, sir.
See your name.
My given name is Frederick W. Robinson. The spelling of the last name is Robison. For the better part of the last 5 decades, I've been referred to as Rob.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear from testimony I'll give you before this board with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God. I do. Mr. Chairman, members of the board,
Mr. Robson, what capacity are you appearing here tonight? Is it in your individual capacity? I know that you've been involved in the, through council in that.
I will address that in my opening remark.
Well, that, see, what the concern is that we don't want to have, 2 bites at the apple, so to speak. So your information should be testimonial. You could be called by your attorney to provide testimony, but we don't want to have the same arguments twice.
I am not going to give the same argument twice. My understanding is that...
Now, as a general rule, when people are represented by counsel...
Mr. Jackson.
I'm sorry.
My understanding is that the issue of tax appeal came up during the September hearing when I was not present, and it was an arrangement made so that I could testify as to that tax appeal, which I filed at this meeting.
Okay.
And
the chairman said that he would give you the latitude and allow you to go. I just say, but as a general proposition, when there's somebody here and represented by counsel, they generally don't come up to the microphone again. They can be called. So, Ms. Donato, were you representing him?
I represent the Fairways at Lake Ridge Homeowners Association. Mr. Robinson is a resident in the community, and he is also a vice president and a member of the board.
And he's been one of your integral members of your litigation team, correct? Or your...
Yes, he has been, but if I may please, okay? Mr. Robinson and I discussed this issue because at the last meeting, Mr. Stern said no more witnesses to be presented through me as the attorney. So we decided that he was presented as a witness himself.
Okay.
There's no intention to duplicate or to do anything wrong.
I'm just trying to give Mr. Robeson what the guidelines are. So if
I
you will,
think
you have your 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
and we're gonna be less stringent on your 4 minutes, so, you know, do your thing and say it out.
Again, I wanted to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the board for allowing me to speak. As Michelle just indicated, as a matter of full disclosure, I have been a coordinator of the community project to preserve property values. I am the vice president of the Fairways Homeowners Association Board of Directors, but I'm also speaking as an individual citizen and taxpayer tonight. I will offer an apology in advance. If my diction begins to fail, please let me know. It's not growth of the traumatic brain injury that I suffered in August of 2018. Now, as to the topic, I have a packet that I would like to offer the board that supports and substantiates my testimony. I have a number of copies to distribute.
Mark that as Robeson 1.
The very issue that I've been asked to address is a tax appeal that I have personally filed that apparently came up during the September hearing when I was not in attendance. My wife and I were in Europe. As we know, the date on all tax appeals is lagged by 1 year because they're based on the valuation established in the prior year. In December 2013, my wife and I paid approximately $390,000 for our home in the Fairways on Eagle Ridge Boulevard. As we all know, Lakewood completed its comprehensive revaluation project in February 2017, 1 month after the golf course was sold. That is confirmed in the final page of the packet that I just offered to you. The values throughout the town have been set before the sale became public knowledge. At the conclusion of the revaluation conducted throughout the entire town, the valuation of our house was set at approximately $339,800. That is listed on the first page of the packet in the appeal form that I submitted to our Lakewood assessor and to the county tax administrator. I filed an appeal in 2017, which was denied. At the appeal hearing, the tax commissioner stated the impact of the sale of golf course could not be considered because the valuations had been already set. He said to me, I expect that we will see you next year. For a host of personal reasons, pertaining primarily to my health, I did not file an appeal in 2018, but I did so in 2019. I sought to reduce the assessment from $339,800 to $290,000. This is the first page of the packet I provided. It shows the original purchase price, the revaluation assessment, and then my goal is seeking an assessment or judgment of $290,000.
Excuse me, I hesitate to interrupt. Can I have a copy of this exhibit?
I have it. I gave it to you at the last meeting, but I did not get it here. I just have that. You have an extra? Thank you, Brian.
After submitting the appeal form by the established deadline, I was offered a settlement totaling $276,600, which was $63,200 in reduction in the assessed valuation. I had never seen a settlement offer below the amount requested by a taxpayer in all my years as a city manager and during my tenure in the office of the state treasurer. Never have seen it. The signed stipulation is in the second page of the packet, confirming the 276 number. Referring back to my role as project coordinator, I asked the county tax administrator for the results of the Fairways appeals from 2016 through 2019. Helps if I turn the page over. The third page of the package is the transmittal of the data to me from the county tax administrator, so there's no doubt as to the source of the information. The fourth page of the package is a summary of the data provided to me, and the remaining pages are the detailed information by year that was given to me. And by the way, this is all public information. I ask you to note that the total number of appeals has gone up each year since 2016. The percentage of successful appeals has gone up each year since 2016. The average reduction has gone up each year. And in just the 4 years from 16 through 19, the total valuation loss to the township in just the fairways is a little over $4 million.
Oh my God.
The summary page does go beyond the presentation of factual data and includes 3 projections based upon the historical facts. They range in the potential of loss evaluation from $15,000 to over $46 million based upon 3 different scenarios. Now, speaking only of my home as an individual citizen taxpayer, I seriously doubt the valuation will return to the $339,000 that the township assigned in 2017, or that I will ever be able to sell a house for anywhere near the value that I actually for this. I think is a good example of a reason why this application is not feasible and it should be denied. Again, I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the latitude and to close out the issue that came up in the September meeting.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time.
Please state your name and address.
Shlomo Klein, 189 Chateau Drive, Lakewood, New Jersey.
Do you swear a firm testimony will be before this board with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm. I want to speak about conflict of interest about this application and this board. Before the master plan, Mr. Sol Mizrahi arranged the payment for $250,000 to the chairman of the planning board. The chairman of the planning board is not you. Had a conflict, was not disclosed by the attorney of this board. That's number one. Number two, I was told, in confidence, that one of the members of this board, Mr. Justin Flansbaum, takes money from applications. Did not say on this application. But the fact is, you have givers in this application, and the question is if there was takers. And the fact is, we have Justin Flansbaum's 2 of the people he recommended me that was in the same shul on this board, Mr. Mayer and Mr. Isaacson. Then we have Mr. Mizrahi, who is an investor, maybe a developer, in this application, calling board members to find out who would vote no and who would vote yes, not saying that he called every member. The fact is that members of that they were felt that they will vote no, were told to recuse themselves by the attorney of this board and saying is they cannot be on this board. Then we have the only one zoning board member coming on this board is somebody that lives on Chestnut Street, parallel to Cross Street. He was one of the biggest advocates in the zoning board to change zoning on Chestnut Street that collides with Route 9, the same as Cross Street. And he is the one that they put on this board. So they got yes votes, and the no votes are gone. The fact is that we have information, I have information, that Mr. Lichtenstein was pushing by the master plan not to include the restriction of the roads on Cross Street on this application. Then he colluded with the township attorney to get this ordinance written in such a way that it will be overturned by the judge. And therefore, as you guys are here now. To my conclusion, you guys, all these beautiful individuals that came out to oppose this application, yes, usually that's what good citizens do. They oppose, they are for. The board hears both sides. You have attorney on this side, you have attorneys on that side. But over here you have to know is this is not fair. You have the cards stacked against you, what was done by the applicant's people, and therefore is your chances of getting a vote over here in your favor is 0. Thank you very much.
Mr. Klein, I normally would not comment, but we've been very factual in this proceeding on both sides, and there's been proffers of evidence, discussed, what's the source, what's the provenance of the evidence. What? Provenance, I think I said that. To cast aspersions on people's character in public with secret sources, I think is inappropriate. The First Amendment is in effect here, but I just felt I wanted to note that for the record as well. Ma'am, please proceed.
My name
Why don't you bring it down a little bit?
My name is Carol Suckno, Suckno. I live at 59 Foxwood Road, Lakewood, New Jersey, in the Fairways.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm testimony to give you first word with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please proceed.
I have in my possession a document dated November 3rd, 2016, which is less than 2 months prior to the date that the notices of settlement for the sale of the golf course were filed in the office of the county clerk. The New Jersey Audubon Society recognized Eagle Ridge Golf Course at its Corporate Stewardship Council annual meeting. I have a copy for each of you that I'd like to present you with. Do you have enough copies? Because I have extras
I
here.
think we're good. Let's just
Okay.
listen to what she has to say first.
Hold on 1 second. Maybe we should change the documents. To couple, maybe PC 1, PC 2 for public comment.
Okay.
So they were brought up by the public.
Since we already labeled just the one for Robinson, you really need to Robinson and start with
Yeah,
the public comment.
Let's start with PC1 with mine, I don't know what that is.
All right, so we'll make this PC 2 and we'll retrofit Mr. Rose's to PC 1.
Okay.
I think we used up a lot of my minutes. Could you restart the clock?
I'm sorry,
Yes.
it's hard for me to remember, I'm not doing it on purpose.
I know. I didn't think you were.
Okay, go ahead, please, ma'am.
Mr. Klein,
And that clock is a guideline.
and it's,
Okay?
Go.
In years 5 of its 10-year partners for Fish and Wildlife Agreement with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Eagle Ridge continues to provide stewardship activities to maintain the native grasslands, wetlands, and riparian habitat restoration efforts. They, like the other corporate stewardship council sites, employs a nest box program for eastern bluebird, tree swallow, and purple martin. Grassland species such as state-listed grasshopper, sparrow, Savannah sparrow, and eastern meadowlark are still observed breeding at this site. A total of 58 bird species, 5 herpetile species, 10 mammal species, and numerous beneficial insects such as butterflies, native bees, and other pollinators have been documented on this site. The Eagle Ridge Golf Club, which is located within the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Atlantic Coast Bay Focus Area, has become a model site that provides the public with opportunities to view what has been done to improve habitat for a diverse array of species. This site acts as an educational hub, providing opportunities and encouragement for the public for implementing habitat improvements on the surrounding residential properties, thus connecting habitat corridors for wildlife. Eagle Ridge is demonstrating an outstanding commitment to sustaining native wildlife populations, said John Park, Stewardship Project Director for New Jersey Audubon. They are solidifying a symbiotic relationship with the surrounding community to foster environmental awareness and a conservation ethic while enhancing wildlife and natural systems in New Jersey. How can this board determine that the application was complete or that the project is feasible when the required environmental inventory is incomplete? I would hope that this board will recognize the expertise of the Audubon Society and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to come up and speak. My name is Tom Siciliano, Siciliano. I live at 35 Eagle Ridge Circle, Lakewood, 08701, the Fairways.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony will be forward with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
I'm just here to give a little statement to follow up to what Robin had said earlier about how the assessments in our community have affected us. I moved into the Fairways in August of 2015. When I got my assessment from the board of the county, it was $460,000. I appealed, same as Mr. Robinson said, and they denied the first appeal, the second appeal. When I submitted my third appeal last year, I asked for a reduction in the valuation of my home by $60,000 to $400,000. They wrote back to me and approved, without asking, they approved me to the amount of $378,000. So $22,000 lower than my assessment that I had asked for. So I look at that as an example of how they're recognizing that the values within the Fairways have dramatically been reduced and how it's going to be difficult to recoup these, try to sell this home again in the future. Because mortgages are based upon what the assessments are. My house is only assessed now at $378,000, and I paid $511 for it. I will never recoup my money on this house. Never. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Guardino, G-U-A-R-D-I-N-O. I live at 31 Winding River Road in the Fairways. I came to the Fairways.
Sir, please swear. Do you swear or affirm the testimony will give before this board with the truth, the whole truth?
You got it.
Thank you.
I came to the Fairways 20 years ago. I came to a resort. That's what they said. Resort, I like golf, my wife likes golf. And even though we didn't play much up there, we played all around the area. We still do at 87. I came here tonight, and I've done maybe 4 or 5 other times in the last 6 months. It took me 25 minutes. When I go home at 9 o'clock, 23 minutes maybe. This board, maybe not all you, have put on more homes than we started. There was more homes today built in the last 7 years that we had 20 years ago. I come here, and most of the people in the Fairways probably come to this town 5 times a year, 10 times a year. We do not suffer all the parking and all the traffic that people that have to come here every day. And to put on another 2,000 homes with 4,000 cars. You're the ones that are gonna have to suffer doing that traffic. So I applaud you. Please look into your heart and make a good decision about the fairway. We love the golf course. We'll buy the golf course. We'll put a 40 and we'll keep it as a park so everybody can use it as a park. I thank you for my support.
Vic Malolo, 131 Skyline Drive.
I'm sorry, sir, what was your first name?
Vic Malolo.
Mr. Mello, please raise your right hand. You swear a firm testimony to give you proof of the truth, the whole truth, and
I
nothing
do. I was told I couldn't say a few things tonight, but it was cut down. I just wanted to add to Mr. Miller, who spoke first, that I submit constructing a high-density housing project close to a landfill is not feasible. Let's see. All right, I took measurements from 11 methane gas vent pipes on the landfill on holes number 24, 15, and 16, which surround the landfill totally. The measurements I got were from the vent pipes themselves, which were on the landfill, to the middle of the fairways, which is an overkill as far as footage and measuring. The shortest distance I came up with was 50 feet. The longest distance I came up with was 170 feet that the houses are going to be built. There are a lot more vent pipes on the Lynx golf course that can emit methane gas. How can CAFRA and the DEP permit homes to be built this close to a landfill? On the traffic study, are traffic studies all that important in your decisions? Mr. Taylor said his traffic study in January of 2017, don't forget, we've been coming here a long time. January of 2017 was between 7 and 9 a.m. Mr. Stern said the peak time should be 9 to 10 and 3 to 4 p.m. Well, another traffic study was done on Cross Street near Route 9 between 8 and 8:30 a.m. on Thursday, June 1st, 2017. This was witnessed by a few people, and this was also a Jewish holiday called Shabbat or Shabbos, which is a small holiday. It's a 2-day holiday. This was great timing for a traffic study. Few people driving on the road and no school buses running. This is not a total honest way of doing things. About the adverse impact on the environment. Well, you have 64 houses built alongside the golf course. We bought there because of the open space and the views there. At sunset, it's like looking at fantastic paintings on the horizon. Every night is a different picture. During the day, you can always see men trying to play golf. It's very entertaining. Our property values have already dropped dramatically, even before the first shovel was put in the ground. This pertains to the whole Fairways community. The 64 homes there will be looking at the back of these barrack type houses that aren't that nice to look at, and the owners will have as many families as possible that you can squeeze into each dwelling, especially the basements. It's funny, on the exact day as today, November 25th, 2018, a year ago, was the first day of the high groundwater flooding the golf course. 2 or more water pumps ran 6 days a week, pumping high water table water all over the golf course. They have a permit they have 2 permits to move water from one place to another on the golf course. From November 25th, 2018 till September 4th, 2019, 10 months of water was pumped. Millions of gallons were pumped through 4-inch fire hoses. It's about that time of the year for the course to start flooding again. By the way, there are 3 pumps already in position to start running again. The vernal pools should start forming again on the golf course. The recharge area was flooded in many areas on the golf course on holes 1, 5, 6, and 7 in back of my house. I have many pictures on the high water table on the golf course of all 27 holes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Harvey Shirkman, Schurkman. I live at 39 Rosewood Drive in the Fairways.
Mr. Sharkman, please raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony will give before the board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay, first thing, I have about $425,000 in my home. I live in the Fairways for a little over 20 years. According to Zillow.com, my house is worth $237,000. All right, that's a difference of $188,000. I own 2 other homes in the Fairways that I rent. They're also underwater, but they're much less expensive homes. I brought you some photos of what the duplexes look like on William Street between Prospect and Omni. If I may.
These would be PC3. PC3, how many photos are there?
Only 3. All right, now,
PC3.
those...
Hold on one second, sir. PC3, A, B, and C. So PC3A, PC3B, and 3C.
Those 3 photos are taken on one side of the street on Shabbos. There are less cars in front of the homes on Shabbos because a number of the people drive to shul Erev Shabbos, leave their car in the shul parking lot and pick it up at the end of Shabbos, so they don't have to walk home. If you look at that street tonight, there are cars parked in the street because there are more than 4 cars to every duplex. Now they are building on the other side of William Street. There's a shul that's almost finished on that side, and they're putting duplexes up between the shul and Prospect. So you're going to have more cars there. That's what Park LLC is going to look like. I know Lakewood was a beautiful community when we moved here 20 years ago. It's a nightmare now trying to get into town. If you make Cross Street 20 lanes wide, it doesn't make any difference because it all empties into 9. And if 9 is not widened, Zogunish helping. They would say in Korea. Thank you.
Loosely translated, ain't gonna do squat.
I went to a Bible community. My father wanted me to be a rabbi because my grandfather was a rabbi. Normally you pick your firstborn son. I'm the 4th born son. He didn't have any money.
So you became an accountant?
I told him you picked the wrong son.
I think you did fine. Thank you. Yes.
evening. My name is Janet Winey. That's like wine that you drink with a Y at the end. I live at 1 Deer Chase Lane, Lakewood, in the Fairways.
Ms. White, please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony before this board is the truth, the whole truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
I have no handouts to give you. There's been some other brief comments made about traffic. I also want to make brief comments on specifically how it affects me. And that is Cross Street. We have several exits from the fairways. I find more and more people choosing to go out Massachusetts Avenue and not to use the exits on Cross Street simply because they are so difficult with the traffic. It's difficult to make a right turn. It's almost impossible to make a left turn. I heard testimony that the applicants were going to put in a boulevard exit so that would handle the traffic. And I don't think that's feasible because unless the traffic on Cross Street stops, you can't make a left turn. It's almost impossible. And just like the last gentleman said, there are bottlenecks on Route 9. And specifically, the other day I was sitting there and people were crossing, coming towards the fairways, making a left into the liquor store. So that holds up the traffic there. And then when they're exiting the liquor store, they're crossing and coming down towards the fairways. It's a mishmash. And so unless you do something about that, that whole corridor is never going to move along. So there are several questions in my mind that I want to ask you. One is that it's supposed to be a grade C traffic pattern, and I don't understand why this has been allowed, this application has been allowed to go forward when it doesn't conform to that. And if you don't know when Cross Street is going to be widened, then it doesn't make sense to approve this application. I also would like to know if you are aware of how many other projects that are approved in the pipeline. If you can give a number as to how many other cars, dwellings will be added and cars will be added. And I'd like to also let you know that all of this traffic affects my insurance rate and probably yours too. I moved to Lakewood just about 6 years ago, and when I got my new insurance rate here, I was very surprised because here I was retired, sitting at home, not driving to and from work. And they told me my rate went up. I said, how could my rate go up? I'm sitting at home, I'm not driving. And I'm in a gated community. I'm secure, I'm safe. They said Lakewood has a high incidence of accidents. And I was surprised at the time. Brand new. Now I know. You go up and down any of the corridors in Lakewood, and the people on the side street get frustrated, and they jump out in front of you, and all of a sudden there's an accident. So if you want to protect the people of town, you have to think about that as well. And I also feel that you cannot ignore the limits to construction that are contained in the easement on Augusta Boulevard. So I ask you, what's the rush to approve this? And unless you have all the answers to some of these questions that I have asked and the other people have brought up, I don't think you should be making an affirmative decision on this application.
Sure.
Ms. Whitey said that she had documents she wanted. Yeah. She had none, I misheard, okay. So this would be PC4.
And I'm sorry, but I don't have any copies of it. That's the only one.
Ma'am,
Dawn Witek, W-I-T-E-K, 24 Pine Hollow Lane, the Fairways. Mr. Chairman,
Hold on 1 second. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony will give you further support of the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Mr. Chairman, at the last meeting, you had asked Michelle Donato to provide some calculations. When is it the responsibility of an objector to do the work required of an applicant? Where were the calculations for the revisions that the applicant submitted at the last minute? Did you make the same request for calculations to the applicant? Is there a double standard in play at this hearing? This last-minute revision to the plan, when there was no real opportunity for cross-examination and no calculation were admitted into evidence, is more than sufficient to determine that the project is not feasible.
Thank you.
My name is Diane Burkhart. I live at 146 Skyline Drive, Lakewood, the Fairways.
Ms. Burkhart, spell your last name, I'm sorry.
Last name B-U-R-K-H-A-R-D-T.
Thank you.
146 Skyline. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony will give you further support of the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
I moved here 2.5 years ago from Long Island. I was promised I retired. My husband and I sold our home. We bought in this beautiful Fairways with the promise that we had this gorgeous golf course to use and to go to. Sorry. When I was living on Long Island, I was a contractor for 47 years. So when all this started taking place, I sat up. As you could see, I've been in almost every one of the meetings. I could not believe, on Long Island, I've been before planning boards and I've worked with builders and such. And planners always took into consideration, and builders had to as well, the surroundings, the neighborhoods, the places where we were going to build and where we were going to work. And I noticed at that time that there were always situations where builders had to take consideration, had to take a step back, that the properties that they were going to build on were not going to be able to be built on. So plans had to be reworked or they had to move on. And I was part of that. I never expected after retirement to be part of that again. One of the things that really, besides the traffic, and we all know that situation, I was really upset at the water situation when we saw that every plan that you see is going to be supplied by the New Jersey American Water Company. When we moved here, just to give you an idea, we had no choice but to have New Jersey American Water. Our rates on Long Island were $39 every 3 months. I just paid a bill that was $101 for the month. So it is substantially higher. I have a copy of my water bill. And in that copy of my water bill, it shows that the American Water Company is buying water from other sources and supplying our community and tapping each and every one of our retired members or members of the community. And besides that, they're surcharging us. They're charging us for bringing in water. If they are going to supply the new building on Route 70, Route 9, across the street from 70, Prospect Heights, and now Park LLC has requested them as well. How are our rates going to go up? How is that going to impact our community when we're already being charged a surcharge? I approve, they said it right here, we're paying. It costs us every single month. So that is upsetting to me. And then, I know I only have a few seconds left, but I want you to know that we're not against human beings. We're not against progress. But as a former contractor, I know that being turned down for new neighborhoods, taking the time to investigate, and you have the power to say no. Just as the town engineer has the power to look at things and say, no, this can't go on. If we're meant to live, no matter what our religious way of life, if you don't mind me just in a few seconds. If we're meant to live, no matter what our religious or way of life differences are, together in the same town, county, or state, then we all should be kind, obey the written laws, not abuse them, and work together to put an end to one's thinking that they deserve to build and take over properties that infringe on the rights of others. The senior citizens of this community, the Fairways, have worked hard their whole lives, raised their children to be productive citizens and enjoyed the births of their grandchildren, and have put their entire mind, body, and soul and bank accounts to create a haven to live out their lives. This is being threatened. Taxes, take the wonderful way of life away from those who contribute to local causes, pay taxes, support local businesses, charities. You have failed a generation of people who fought for and sacrificed for our country in unpopular wars, because I'm the Vietnam generation. Please do not allow the freedom of these citizens in the Fairways to be compromised by greed and an overabundance of building on such a beautiful land like the golf course. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Deutsch Stephen Eugene. I'm at 8 Wellington Lane in Lakewood, New Jersey.
Sir, please spell your first name.
First name, Stephen with a B. S-T-E-V-E-N.
And your last
Last name, Deutsch, D-E-U-T-S-C-H.
Thank you. And you gave your address, correct?
8 Wellington Lane.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony that you give before the board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Come to Lakewood since 1949, probably before most of you were born.
Yes.
We came here because the quality of the air was so wonderful that my parents, who suffered from asthma, took me to the hotels on Lake Carasalga. And they lived a long, wonderful, healthy life. I am a little upset by the website that Park LLC has put up stating, "Welcome to historical Lakewood," without having the approval to build there. And they leave a little doubt in my mind of how they could do it. The purpose I'm here is I am a retired public servant, having served over 10 years as a zoning official. The industrial park, which backs up to Eagle Ridge Golf Course, has doubled in size, increasing density, traffic, and congestion on Cross Street. Directly opposite the new industrial park, land has been cleared for new duplex units that will again increase density, traffic, and congestion. Low-density housing and the widening of roads are all methods to be considered in order to help alleviate this traffic problem. However, more development, such as the one proposed, would create a hardship and would be a substantial detriment to the public good. I hope you will listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Donald Warren, W-A-R-R-E-N, 57 Eagle Ridge Circle, Lakewood, New Jersey.
Mr. Rock Warren, please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony that you give before the board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir. My question, is it feasible to permit construction of homes intended for families with children on land where the current groundwater table appears to be extremely close to the surface? as evidenced by the need to pump water out of the pond on the golf course in order to clear the fairways for golfers. Are we not creating a potential flooding disaster without even considering the fact that water does flow from the fairways development into the golf course? I recall testimony given at a previous meeting that it is estimated that a major storm can generate up to 50 acre-feet of water that has no other place to go but into the ponds of the fairways. In this regard, I have yet to hear a stormwater management plan setting forth the proposed method of controlling and managing the stormwater on this site. If roads and duplexes with basements are going to be built, where is the water going to soak into the ground? I believe the highly possibility of flooding does not make the project feasible. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Irving Carmike, C-O-M-M-I-K-E, 32 Strawberry Lane, Lakewood.
I was. Do you swear a firm testimony that will be before this board with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing?
I do. I was an assistant tax collector for 11 years in Northern Town. I dealt several times with the same company that did the tax evaluation a couple of years ago. I can tell you as fact from my experience that by the time when the first word that the golf course was sold, the assessments started to go down. The reason is simple. You take away a beautiful site from homes and you put up houses, it decreases your assessment. In addition, the studies have shown of the water tables that you mentioned about fatal floor that could happen. If we had another bad storm and flooding occurred, the flooding, not with all the evidence that's been presented on both sides, there's a possibility that parts of the fairways could flood. That would bring the assessments down even worse. This is the planning board has a duty to the public and public to approve or disapprove plans. Those plans should be complete plans, not half done without certainty. There are too many instances on the testimony where there's doubt with the water tables and what they're doing. The complete format has not been shown to the public, to the planning board. And I urge the planning board to, when you deliberate, to think of what the right thing to do is for the town, for the public. Because if this goes through, not only is traffic going to get worse, but God forbid, and if there's any flood, I think with the testimony being on record, maybe we might be able to sue the town for approving it. Thank you.
Thank you. No other members of the public? Oh, okay. We got to stand up.
Emilio Delissio, 16 Oakmont Road, Fairways.
Sir, please spell your last name.
D for David, E, capital R for Robert, I-S-S-I-O.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
You know, Mr. Stern, there are 3 empty seats in the front row there on the right side facing forward. So if anybody wants to use that as the on-deck circle or any other chair, this way we'll know who's next. Okay. Thank you. Please proceed, sir.
Please remember that the land in question was a mining pit before it was purchased by the Coke. There is a reason why the water table is so close to the surface. The land in question is a big and deep hole. Did you hear anything from the applicant about the soil sampling that was done before the golf course was purchased?
would you not agree that it is reasonable that the highest and best use of an old mining pit is open space or a golf course? Would you not agree that the only reason to purchase an old mining pit was to meet the open space requirements outlined in the Adult Community Project Ordinance? No matter how much filth is trucked in for this project, I do not believe this is a feasible use of a former mining pit due to the existing open space requirements, as well as the possibility of flooding. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. Excellent. How are you?
Wasn't prepared to speak. Tom Green, 44 Ivy Hill Road. I am an owner, deed holder at Fairways.
Sir, please raise your right hand to swear firm testimony to be before the court with the truth, the whole truth,
Absolutely. These are all good people that have legitimate concerns. So do the developers. There are no bad people here. You don't invest in the senior community to flip it. You invest in your quality of life. Having done the most egregious thing as a resident of Fairways, I've spoken to GDMS, developers. I actually organized meetings between residents and the developers, because the only way to sanitize things is through light. Sunshine fixed a lot of things. There's been a lot of misconceptions. There's been a hell of a lot of bias. And there's been a lot of, let's say, billable hours. And I'm going to be kind with that. I've negotiated deals 10 times this size for Tyco, 3M, Dollar Tree, everybody else. I'm used to this. This is rolling off a log. Good people here that have really good concerns are not being told the truth. And I will see every single one of you guys here. You know what I'm saying is true. Transparency will fix it. Communication will fix it. When you establish lines of demarcation where it's a binary extraction, chicken or fish, you lose. Compromise is part of negotiation. I will say, and I'm not an advocate, I don't work for GDMS, I am not an employee, I am an owner at Fairways. They have put their hands out and overcome every single objection. Water runoff, traffic, everything else. By the way, 10-year moratorium on the bill on the Ridge Golf Course, which abuts Skyline. Why is that not discussed? They put it in writing. A judge will sign off on it. 10 years minimum. Your view will not be changed. This is a 5-stage development. I don't think everybody knows that. 100-something houses takes 5 years for each 100 houses to build. 25-year build. Do you think these guys are in and out? This is long-term. The only ones that are benefiting, not the residents, not the developers, it's the attorneys. As one that's been divorced, I don't have much faith in attorneys. I also have a law degree. I also know how it works. There has been a lot of misinformation that is the detriment of the residents here. That's who I care about, not the developers. They're going to move on to whatever next deal they got to do. I care about my neighbors. I got involved with this place to take care of my mother, who is not going to last much longer. Most of these people invested in their quality of life. They are not being told the truth. There is transparency, and I can document every damn one of it. Some of the things that have been spoken by representation on both sides, I'm not taking a side one way or the other, I will document it and I will send it to you, that some people are not telling the truth. And they benefit on a fiduciary basis. I care about the residents. This is the last place I'm going to live. I want them to benefit from good representation, honest, true. And I hope you rule however you're going to rule. Doesn't matter to me. It's not going to change my life. But think of all these good people that have worked their whole damn lives to be in this position. They have to be represented properly, transparently, with the truth. Very good. Thank you.
You might want to bring the mic down.
Francis
You're tall in
Craig,
spirit.
531 Bennington Lane, Lakewood. The enclave, Craig, C-R-A-I-G.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony that will give before this board with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing?
I do. My neighbors here at the Fairways have had such reliable objections to this application. But it's not just about the Fairways, it's about every resident in Lakewood. Just a common sense, when is enough enough? We have enough, how much more high-density housing? How much more traffic without fixing roads? How many more cars and buses and people using the resources? The damage to the ecology. There aren't even many recreational areas left. We're losing our watershed, and the damage to Barnegat Bay. This project is not feasible, and I just have to ask, when is enough enough?
Good evening.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Dorothy Holtz, Holtz, 35 Deer Chase Lane, Lakewood, the Fairways.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give before this board with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing?
I do.
Thank you.
I don't understand or agree with the rush to judgment. How or why could this application be deemed complete when there are so many factors that have not been properly planned or addressed? A GDP may be a concept plan, but the concept must still be crystal clear in order for you to be able to determine that it is feasible. Improperly declaring the application complete started the clock and forced this board and the Fairways community to waste a huge amount of time to consider this application. Your only legitimate option is to deny the application because the plan is not feasible. The applicant can resubmit if they so desire once they present a plan that is crystal clear. In my opinion, trying to say a question or issue can be delayed until a site plan is submitted is deceiving to both the board and the public. All you have to do is look at the problem Jackson is having with the proposed Leonard development. You must have complete information before any project can be defined as feasible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Sarachik. I live at 28 Strawberry Lane, Lakewood, in the Fairways community.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give before the board with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I moved to Lakewood about a year and a half ago before I realized all this was going on. And I bought a house in the community, and I'm very happy living there. It is a wonderful way of life, very peaceful, and the neighbors, everyone takes care of their community and their houses, and they're all concerned about the development on the golf course. I originally came from Staten Island, so I know about high density. Right? A 12 by 7 mile island with over 500,000 people on it. It used to take me almost 2 hours a day just to get to work. If I left my house at 7:30, I was lucky if I'd get there by 9:30, just to go over the bridge. Thank God, the traffic is getting worse every day over here. And just driving through the neighborhood, you can see on Cross Street, every single piece of open land is either for sale or being cleared and developed. There is definitely an overabundance of new projects in the works. And the traffic flow and the traffic patterns on Cross Street, River Road, or Route 9, whatever you want to call it, so which end you're going from, even going towards into Tom's River, the traffic is impossible. School buses, with the high density population, there's going to be a lot more school children going to schools, mostly, we're going to say the truth, yeshivas, so, because that's who's basically moving into Lakewood right now. And I have no problem with that. I am of Jewish heritage. And it's just that the proportionate amount of houses that are being built to the area is way beyond. It has hit a tipping point where there's a no return. Just across the street from Augusta Boulevard, they just cleared the land from Cross Street to Prospect. I don't know how many houses they're going to be putting there, but I'm sure it's going to be at least anywhere between 300 to 400. And then you have on Cross Street by Veterans Boulevard and New Egypt, they have Kosher Town, which is that development. There must be 1,000 townhouses. There must be about 500 new ones going up there. It is impossible for people to get around to shop. There's not going to be enough parking spots in shopping malls and shopping areas where people have to do their daily shopping because of the high density. And like I said, it just comes from Staten Island. I know traffic. I've sat in traffic for hours. And that's what we're going to be looking at in the next 5 to 10 years on all your major roads, on county roads, on state roads, on even Route 70. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Connie Foster. F as in Frank, O, S as in Sam, S as in Sam, A.
Please raise your hand. Do you swear from testimony you give before this board with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your address.
86 Rosewood Drive, Lakewood, New Jersey.
Please proceed.
I've been a resident of Lakewood 46 years. Just 5.5 years ago, we moved to the Fairways. In these 46 years, we've reinvested in Lakewood 3 times, and felt that this would be the best choice of a retirement place because we love Lakewood. Our children grew up here. We came from diverse communities prior to moving to Lakewood, and we've always enjoyed the programs in Lakewood, which included everybody. We have also done a lot of community service, and we've also worked in Lakewood, and it's always been a good experience. I am so sad to say that since I've been in Lakewood, in the Fairways, which is a beautiful community, and a community of people who care about their community, Lakewood, not just Fairways, and volunteer within the whole town, that we're looking at the park, which is so huge, in such an massive thing. We have no recreation for our senior people and all of the other people that live in this area. If we sign this over at this time, it seems to be too much too soon. I ask you, and I think that you will take the time to think this out very closely. We have so many unanswered questions that we've heard tonight. What about the increased traffic? It's already going to increase because of the open areas that have not been built yet and have been approved. The water has gotten worse in Lakewood as far as looking at it, although we're paying more money. There are so many things to think about. We, in an already developed area of the fairways, have flooding between homes because of the poor drainage. Now, this is something that's being addressed, but at the same time, what happens when we have such a large water basin in the park? I think that you are looking at this at too early a time. I think that you need to see what gets built, how the traffic increases, and what happens to the infrastructure of this town, which we have all enjoyed for so many years. Because I can see people here that have lived in Lakewood for quite a long time, and it's not just Lakewood people buying in Lakewood, it's people from Ocean County that have been born and grown in this area. Thank you so much for your time and your efforts towards helping us with this decision.
Thank you.
Sir, you state your name. I have notes. I'm going to read from.
Please state your name.
Victor D'Angelo, 160 Skyline Drive, Lakewood, the Fairways. My last name is D', capital A-N-G-E-L-O.
Mr. D'Angelo, please raise your hand for testimony to give according to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. And first, I'd like to thank Mr. Stern and the board for giving us all the opportunity to speak. It's most courteous of you. And I apologize to the residents of the community. I apologize to the residents of the community because normally they're looking at my face, not my back. Just as a notation, I'm licensed by the state of New Jersey as a construction official, fire subcode official, fire inspector, and high hazard specialties. In 1993, I was appointed to a state code advisory board in which we review all model codes that are adopted by the state before they're adopted. I'd like to reference two things. One is there is supposed to be, to my understanding, a 75-foot buffer from our community, land in which nothing is built. At one of the previous planning board meetings, there was discussion about what was considered a structure. All right. What I can say is that the structure is the same thing in the Uniform Building Code, in the International Building Code, the New Jersey edition, is the same thing as it is in the MLUL and is a combination of materials that are actually put together for a purpose. But my largest concern here, and that means that nothing should be put, any kind of structure in the 75-foot buffer. But my concern here is that the easement that's granted from Fairways now to the golf course, for access to the golf course, does state that with real property along with any additional lands, now or hereafter used in connection with the operation of the golf course, clubhouse, pro shop, or other amenities, and improvements in the commonly known as the Eagle Ridge Golf Club. The golf club shall be referred to as the adjacent parcel. The key words here, I believe, are commonly known, because at the time the easement was done, what was commonly known was an 18-hole golf course, not the 9 holes on the landfill. The second phrase, and may not be used for any housing that may be constructed except for 2 dwellings for use in connection with the golf club. 2 dwellings is a far difference from 500 housing units. One can say it may be interpreted that if the housing project were to move forward, that Augusta Boulevard cannot be used for access to the development. And the applicant may say they have no plans to use Augusta Boulevard for access to the development. The only way for that to be verified by the Fairways means we need access to their property to see that they've effectively cut off the golf course from their development.
All the plans that I have seen, all the site plans I have seen indicate that what may remain as a golf course would be the 9 holes on the landfill. If that were the case, then you would have to drive through the development to get to the landfill. But you can't go to the development because the easement says you cannot use it for any other purpose but for the golf course. The other thing is that the easement is not just a vehicle easement. It also states pedestrian. So there was a comment made once before that, well, they can put up a barrier, just leave an opening large enough for a golf cart to get through, so that you can still access the golf course down in the far end. But since the easement not only applies to vehicular traffic, it also applies to pedestrians, then the easement would prevent any pedestrian from walking up Augusta Boulevard and going into the development from where the golf course parking lot is. Another violation then of the easement. So I think it was very premature for the DEP in their comments to allow the use of the Augusta Boulevard in any kind of an emergency fashion. That is not addressed by the easement. So I believe it would be important that this be totally reviewed and that you vote no on this until clarifications could be made about the easement of the roadway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Joanne Scher, SCHER, 12 Foxwood Road, the Fairways.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing?
I do.
Be sure to.
I'm not going to belabor the traffic, but that's one of my chief concerns, amongst other things. You usually have to sit through 3 lights before you can make a left or right on Route 9. Route 9 is a state highway. Cross Street is a county highway. So now we have to deal with 2 different entities. And rushing to make a decision before the widening of Cross Street and the lights that are put in can really make a difference in whether or not you should make the decision right away. Because when I moved here 21 years ago, Massachusetts Avenue and Cross Street had no lights at all. It took 4 years and 4 fatalities before we got a traffic light there. And this is something that we don't want to see happen here. We don't need any more fatalities. So please make sure that everything is right before you make your decision. Thank you very much.
Okay, it looks like we really don't have any more. Wait, now. After this gentleman, is there anyone else who wants to speak? Okay, so we don't want to cut anybody off from speaking, but we would love to be able to wrap up the next half hour, and then we'd love to hear closing arguments from council, and then we'd love to deliberate. So we're highly inclined not to cut off comments, but if we could wrap up in the next half hour, which would probably be another 6 or 7 people, I think that would be the public good. Sir, please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Henry Yorkovic, YUR-KOVIC, 1 Sandhurst Road in the Fairways.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony that you give before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, I moved here September 4th of 2018. Beautiful community and stuff, but it didn't really congest around here. Now, I used to live in Carlson, New Jersey, and before that, East Rutherford, New Jersey. Our taxes in Bergen County were really low. Why were they low? Because we had industry. One side of 17 in Carlson is industry, the other side is mostly residential. They wanted to put a complex on the industry side. They told the board that if they voted for that, taxes will go up because all these people will be having kids going to school. Can the school system in this town support them? Also, they would need another fire department down there because it'll take forever to get them all the way on the other side of town. How about this town? Do you got a fire department down there? That's all I want to know. Taxes are going to go up because industry is what brings it down. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Karen Argenti.
How do you spell your last name?
Argenti.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony to give before this board the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please give your address.
61 Clear Lake Road, Whitey, Manchester, New Jersey.
Manchester. Ma'am, how far do you live from Roseville?
I'm speaking on behalf of Safe Barnegat Bay.
And what is the standing of Safe Barnegat Bay with regard to this matter?
I'm going to give you our opinion.
I understand that, but what is, in order to be heard on an application, you have to have standing. And you don't reside in the town.
Well, what you're
I'm just
doing
asking what
is,
you're
I can tell you what my stand. I can tell you what my standing is. My standing is that what your decision may have, the effects of your decision might impact me because I live in the Barnegat Bay watershed.
Why don't you go ahead?
Thank you very much. Did I say the right thing?
Give yourself hovering to your
And ma'am, just one other question. What is your position within Safe Barnegat Bay?
I'm a member of the board of directors. I'm a volunteer.
And do you have the authority to speak on behalf of the association?
I do.
Go.
I just wanted to say New Jersey has one of the broadest, historically, the broadest standards for what constitutes standards. And I'm not stating it. So, I understand that, but I think it was improper for you to question it.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of Safe Barnegat Bay, a non-for-profit 501c3 48-year-old community group of neighbors working to protect and restore the bay and its watershed, of which your town is a part. I am a Safe Barnegat Bay board member and your next-door neighbor in Manchester, of Coke's Plan Development. I live in a Coke's Plan Development. As neighbors, we can work together to protect nature, control pollution, ensure enough clean water, and conserve wildlife, not just for today, but for future generations. Many of us moved here because the air and water was clean and healthy. Today, it is not. We are at the crossroads of accountability and responsibility. If we begin to act now, it's not too late to make a difference. We can work together, as we did in our October Stormwater Conference, charting a course. We appreciate and recognize that Lakewood Township had a representative at each of the 3 days of our conference. You have the ability to deny this application for many reasons, and we will stand with you and defend your actions if you take the right steps. You have a responsibility to think about future generations, as well as the quality of life issues of today. Correct us if we are wrong, but we believe that the houses built at the fairways of Lake Ridge were clustered, and the extra acres, some of which constitute a potential brownfield, formed a golf course, stormwater BMP, and open space. And both the golf course and the fairways continue to cross a waterway to this day. With these limited uses, you have an opportunity and good reason to say no to any expansion. In particular, the present project is on a designated recharge area and has a high water table. It seems that the entire golf course was designated as a recharge area in the 1997 stormwater and stream encroachment documents. So be brave and walk with us on this journey. We can work on making sure you are not going to be the victims of unexpected consequences and those big construction and health costs. You don't want to be like Lake Apacon with the harmful algae, or Stafford Township flooding issues where homeowners stood on a line to sell their home to New Jersey Blue Acres because they has had many feet of water in their basements several times this year. Some areas of mutual concern are we could help work up together on sustainable Jersey credits, recycle water to the ground to make it clean, eliminate flooding, connecting growth, congestion, and landing transportation issues, and new stormwater rules regarding green infrastructure. Thank you very much.
I was sworn in already. Carol Suckno, SUCKNO.
You're under oath.
Okay, thank you.
But 3 or 4 or several witnesses.
Do you have something you wanted to add, or?
Something different, yes. That has not been addressed.
Why don't we wait until the end, and if there's people who've only not spoken yet, let them finish, and if we have some time, then we'd be happy to have you come back. Does that sound fair?
Sounds fair. It's an issue that hasn't been addressed, so I would like it to be heard.
We will do our very best.
Thank you.
You're going to take me out again? Okay, ma'am, you're up. Ma'am, go. Nobody else has risen, and we're going to let the nice lady speak one more time to her record.
Thank you so much. I'm sure that this board is aware that approximately 600 Fairways residents have filed what appears to be the largest consumer fraud case in the state of New Jersey. The case is moving forward. All of the petitions to have the complaint dismissed or diminished have failed. The question becomes whether this board wants to knowingly make a decision that will perpetuate the fraud that has already occurred. Does this board want to risk being added as a defendant to the consumer fraud complaint because they have knowingly authorized the perpetration of the wrongful acts that have already occurred and that have been very well documented in the complaint? This alone is more than sufficient reason to determine that this project is not feasible. Thank you.
Asher Broad, 104 Maple Street, Lakewood, New Jersey.
Yes. 110 Broad Street?
Milton.
Milton? Where is that related to the?
This is on Squonkin Road when you come to Lakewood.
Okay, so how far is that from this?
I would say 5 miles.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony that the board will be true?
Yes, thank you. So, my job is a real estate agent in Lakewood. And what I have to say is first, I came to a few meetings, and thanks to the panel, the board members, that their concern about traffic is something that it's not only for the seniors, it's for all of us. I do not like to drive through Lakewood, obviously, to when the buses are around. And I think with Route 9 being worked on by the intersections, hopefully that will be done in the near future. I know that it's done in phases. So, like I said, meetings in my office are done in between those hours. If not, there is no going to a meeting. So, if this will help by, the senior application by the Fairways, by the Eagle Ridge to get this done, thank you everybody, and hopefully this will get done faster. Now, I just want to go through a little history. When this application originally went in, and the first meeting was done with the DP in Jackson, I think if I'm not mistaken, there were over 800 people from the Fairways. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because at this point, when originally the amount of units that came in were roughly, I think, at 922 something, that number. Thank God it went down to 519. If the calculations are correct, if you lose 422 units, that comes out to roughly, if 10,000 square feet lots are a duplex lot, you're roughly 220,000 square feet added space to open space in Eagle Ridge. Now again, Lakewood itself has sold a lot of developments at the 10,000 square foot sites, development sites that are working. In this particular case, like I said, it happened, and thank God that it happened, but to have a development that's 519 units on such a large amount of acreage, I think is unbelievable. Now, I do understand the people in the fairways. I do understand also that Sky Drive that's backing up to the golf course is not being built. That piece of property is not being built for another few years, so that's another positive that I've heard, and that you guys have done a great job. Again, I'm living in this town as much as you do. I have a fair, living to make as well as everybody has their jobs to do. The town is building, but I will thank every one of you for helping speed up the traffic, and I know the board members are being extremely careful on the ins and outs of the fairways, like every other development that's being done a lot better than the previous years. Thanks for that, and I hope this can go through smoothly, and thanks everybody again. Have a good night.
I'm back to round two. Harvey Sherman. The thing that I can't understand, when we signed the contract to buy our home in 1998, the fairways could not be built unless there was the open space, which was the 18-hole golf course. Now, if that 18-hole golf course is built on, that makes our development out of code, illegal. Am I correct or incorrect? Am I correct?
All right, please, take that on the record. Let the attorney. This is a comment.
No, I'm asking a question, sir. I'm saying that the fairways could never have been built, never, unless there was the open space, which was a dump.
That question is the subject of a lawsuit that Ms. Donato is prosecuting, that is in the middle of the case. That is something that the applicant's attorney disagrees with. I know that the lots are separate lots. They exist on the tax map as separate lots. What the consequences may or may not be to the zoning of your particular development, I'm not prepared to address that. However, this board is faced with a case where there is a separate lot and block for the park development, and it's being considered on its own merits. That question that you're asking is going to be decided in a different forum than this, but for purposes of these proceedings, it's a separate lot and block. This board is not going to look to that as something that's necessarily attached to the other community.
So
we're proceeding. That's as much as I'm prepared to answer that at this time.
If I understand what you're saying is that what was
Sir,
law.
I'm sorry, in deference to your coming here and in deference to your asking a question, I tried to answer your question, but this forum where the public is permitted to make comment is not a debate session. It's not something where I'm going to argue back and forth with you, and I just can't do that. I can't do that with everyone in the room. I have my hands full with the two attorneys.
Let me offer something. The planning board is, we'll call it a quasi-judicial board, in contrast to, say, the township committee. If the township committee is up here making a decision, I think it's the right and the privilege of a citizen to come up and question the decisions they're doing. You don't go to a judge to say, hey, what are you doing, Mr. Judge, about this, and why are you saying that? We're more akin to a judicial proceeding versus a political body. So therefore, it's not really appropriate for us to answer questions about what is or is not going to happen with your property. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Stern. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what we'd like to do now is One more? Okay, I'm gonna cut it off at this last one.
School Rabinowitz, 800 South Lake Drive. I wanted to,
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you'll give before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
And what did you say your address was again?
Sorry?
Your address again?
800 South Lake Drive.
And how far is that from this proposed development? All right, thank you. Please proceed.
SHMUGL I don't really want to get into the issue of whether or not we should or shouldn't approve this application. I'm not getting into the legalities. I'm sure the board heard plenty from all the lawyers and attorneys, and whether or not by right this application deserves to be approved or not. I want to go to a different angle, and it's something I think that came out of this, which me as a citizen of Lakewood, as an Orthodox Jew, bothered me greatly. Okay, over the process, over the period of time that this has been in front of the board, a lot has been said, and a lot of the discourse started going towards them and us. And not that I blame people that don't want to see a development next to them, because I understand why they would be concerned. If I lived in a place and had a golf course next to me, I would obviously not be happy about it. What bothered me is that unhappiness, I think, caused people to start going in a direction which I'm sure they didn't mean to. But just to give an example of what's happening as we speak, I think the community right next to the golf course is now trying to enforce that people should bring IDs. Even if they live there, they have to present them without jobs.
Sir, what bearing does that have on this application? No, listen.
I'm going to get there.
Sir, hold on.
I will actually get there.
Sir, just give me 1 minute, all right? Sometimes I ask questions of people. It's not because you're jerk. One way or another, or I'm trying to say someone has, that something's relevant or not relevant, but when someone brings up a topic like that, it makes my antennas go up that it may or may not be appropriate. So I'm asking, what relevance does that have?
Because I would like this board to address it. If we do approve this application, I would like to put certain provisions in this approval that would address these issues for the future. And it's something I would like, just like everybody else had a comment, I would like to make a comment.
That's not the purview of this board at this time. If that is something, as far as who can come that will be addressed if it's relevant at the actual hearings, the site plan hearings, at the general development concept hearing. At the GDP level, that's not relevant for this board, certainly. I don't know about the other one either, but at this one, I'm going to ask you to move on to the next subject. Thank you.
Thank you.
What is your address?
116 Hadassah Lane. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name. That's okay, 116 Hadassah Lane. No, your name. Salima Goldberger. Thank you. Good. We do resign a few times a day, so we know about the traffic a little bit too well. First of all, I want to thank the board for letting everyone a forum to speak. I think everyone has a comfort level.
Hold on 1 second. Where is that in relation to this application?
A back-to-back?
Back to back, okay, I'm sorry. Please raise your hand. You swear from testimony you'll give before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thanks for the board for giving everyone a forum to speak. I think you make everyone feel that you're really listening. Thank you. And thanks to the seniors. I know you've been here many, many times in the cold. It's actually hot in here, so it's the heat. But you are here for the next generation after you're gone, and my children that live here will have children. You're going to ensure that they have certain safety issues that are met and an environmental friendly environment. I'm a real estate agent in Lakewood. I have been living here for 20 years. I'm an agent for 18 years. And dealing with the seniors has always been one of my favorite clientele. I actually just sold a house to my grandmother who moved to Lakewood. She She's 100 years old, so when it comes to seniors, I'm very familiar with all their needs. Yeah, she's the oldest client. She's done the paragraph from beginning to end with her own eyes and 2 feet and read every word of it. Seniors that have been dealing with across the board, whether they were relocating or they were coming to Lakewood, had one thing, I would say that was their primary goal, and that was to be close to the children or to the family. A few of them wanted warmer climates, but other than that, across the board, that was a primary concern. If you will have a development nearby, I could just tell you one thing. I've heard, people raise issues regarding values, but the demand comes if there are young children and shopping nearby. So that's one, and I'm not looking to say things not the way they are. I could just tell you that as an experienced person in the field, you can look at the enclave across the street. Once people move into the development, people would like to be close to the children, and it means a lot that they can live the years peacefully. And if you drive around Lakewood lately, as opposed to 5 or 10 years ago, you'll notice the beautiful shopping centers, medical facilities, state-of-the-art retail centers that have been going up and going, and that's meeting the local needs of the community. If and when you have a development that would be approved that actually would have open spaces and parks, it would definitely increase values in the area. Thank you.
Okay, I'm really going to be mean at 8 o'clock. That's just the last one, so you go.
Sir, please state your name and address.
Shmuel Rosenberg, 17 Burgundy Way, Lakewood, New Jersey.
How do you spell Shmuel?
S-H-M-U-E-L.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear firm testimony to before the board with the truth, all the truth, and nothing?
I do. So I'd like to make 2 points about the development. First point is as a neighbor. So I live in Prospect Vines on Burgundy Way. Eagle Ridge is right across from my house. There's a path where I go out many times from Prospect Vines, especially on Shabbos. There are alternative minyanim over there which work well for me. And it's really nice that in a development like Prospect Vines, which you have many places in Lakewood where it's confined, where you have places that you could go. You could visit friends, you could socialize, you could walk places instead of always having to drive. And I think that the development would be great. I know that the shopping center here was already approved, and I would like to be able to get a carton of milk in walking distance from my house, being able to just take the path and go there and not have to drive all the way around. And I know that my neighbors, people that live here, we want this. This development is something that we see as something really, really good. The second point that I'd like to make is we all have heard about Rise of Ocean County before. And Rise of Ocean County today had an online on Facebook post about this hearing tonight. And I think that some of the comments there really give an insight.
What does that have to do with
I think I was about to say, what's the relevance to this application?
So I believe that a lot of the opposition to this is not based on the merits, and it's because of an overarching agenda that people have, which is. So if I could read the comments, I think.
No, I don't think that's. I think that's not. We don't. I don't think we should put that in the record and make that part of this proceeding.
In all honesty, this has been we've had groans and moans and outbursts, but this has been 30 hours of generally very productive, civilized conduct by all the people here that I think we all can be proud of. So whether or not somebody's writing crazy stuff on a blog, I don't think it's relevant. Yeah, don't read it. Was there anything else you wanted to add?
Yes, I would just add that in that case, focusing on the merits, I think that it's something which speaking as a neighbor, it's really, really valuable, and those of us that enjoy the growth and conveniences that we're having in Lakewood, the growth of business, the economic growth. I personally, as a business owner who operated my business out of my home there for more than a year, found that it's great. The fact that there's a great economy, that I'm able to have a business here, no one ever complained about not being able to get there for meetings, and I think that this is a wonderful development. Great.
Appreciate it.
I'd like to cross-examine. I just want to know if you worked for the developer, for the applicant. I think it's a legit question. I had to actually cross-examine. He's a witness who just made a comment. I would like to cross-examine. You should answer.
I don't want to cross-examine.
Can I just say one thing? My name is...
Yeah, you know what? You already spoke, right?
Susan, no.
Oh, you got to be sworn in.
Susan
Please state your name.
Weisner, 15 Wellington Lane in the Fairway.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Hold on a second.
Weisner.
We didn't hear you again. Please say it again.
Pardon?
Please state your name again.
Weisner, Susan Weisner, W-Y-M-I-S-N-E-R.
Thank you very much. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear firm testimony you'll give before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing?
And the only thing that I want to say is no one has objected to who is going to move into these homes. Just that these homes are being
Ma'am,
built.
that's exactly why I asked that gentleman.
No bias.
And this board realizes.
And I'm also a Jewish woman.
Well,
And it's not against the Hasidic. It's against the fact that Lakewood is overbuilt.
Okay, fine.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Board members?
Sir, please say your name.
My name is Ernie Sanchez Jr. I'm probably the only Puerto Rican in here, I bet. However, I live at 20 Pine Hollow Lane at Lake Ridge. I've only been here for 7 months. So a lot of this stuff is coming up to me.
All right, hold on one second,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear firm testimony you'll give before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Well, apparently, I've only been here 7 months. I came up here after working 30 years in New York City, dealing with the traffic, working with the MTA. As you can see, New York City traffic, they say is bad, but the traffic here in Lakewood is worse. Now, I'm not trying to put a lot of pressure on the board, but what I want to say is that me living in Monmouth County for 25 years and being on the zoning board there, I know the responsibility that you have and the power that you have. And all I ask as a resident of Fairways, that consider everything that's being said here for the people here, because apparently we're all going to reach this age. I'm up there already, but I see a lot of people much older than I am here. So all I know about is I was on the board and I will see what's going on. I will make the right decision. However, going back to what I'm hearing with the testimony of traffic here, I think Lakewood needs to focus on how they can correct the flow of traffic here, because as you can see what's happening throughout the world, there's devastations, manifestations happening all over the place. If we should fall into that kind of situation here, how would we handle that devastation? Will we be able to evacuate Lakewood on an emergency situation? Will we be able to feed the people here in Lakewood? Because there's not enough stores, for what I can see. There's not enough mega stores. As big as this town is that I've seen and witnessed in the last 7 months, there is not sufficient food. You know, and I don't want to even bring up the fact with the water company, which back several years ago, they tried to pull this surcharge on us, American Water, back in Hazlet, and you can check, and we told them we're not going to pay the surcharge. It's going to be up to you to find where you can get the water from. You either get water from a transfer point, you find the water. Our members are not going to pay for that. And guess what? It was passed, and we still have moderate size amount of water, not the surcharge that they're charging us here. I had an in-ground pool back in Monmouth County. My water bill in the summertime was only $60. I can't believe I'm paying here $100 and something. That's absurd. So we're paying surcharges for people to supply for that. We can just buy water at Costco's. It's cheaper. It's early. All you have it in your hands. You all have the power of God. I hope we make the right decision. Because your day will come one day, maybe
to buy one of these houses and move to Lakewood.
We're going to wrap up public comments, but I think I will agree with a lot of this has been delightful, and thank you for all your time, and everybody's been pretty much on point. Behave better than the attorneys by far, so. Okay, so I think we're going to take a break, and then council, you're going to sum up. Not now, we're taking a break. And then we're going to, what? A break for 4 minutes. Mrs. Oda.
Yes, before anything, I'd like to just iron out a couple of procedural issues. One of the issues has to do with the colored map that we had attempted to introduce into evidence through planner Barbara Woolley Dillon, and there were objections to the map based on the provenance of the map, and that has to do with what is the origin of this map. And I provided today with references from the deposition testimony of John Westnick, who was the leading engineer with Lynch Giuliano and Associates, the entity that designed the fairways and remained as the engineers for the fairways practically until its completion. And in that deposition testimony, Mr. Westnick explained that he had given the base map, the fairways base map, to FWH so that they could use it when they were preparing plans for the Masters collection, which was a parcel outside the original Fairways ACP tract and was added to the Fairways ACP tract. They received a use variance and then they merged into the Fairways, and a series of things happened thereafter, enlargement of the clubhouse, etc. So the map, after an initial identification, I was able to get the current firm of FWH to release all the maps that they had, all of these colored maps. So they're business records of FWH. I think that the document is marked as an exhibit on the township's website, and I just don't want there to be any misunderstanding if a record needs to be assembled of these proceedings.
What are you asking us to do?
I want to make sure that it's a piece of evidence.
This is the one with the FWH.
Yes, it has FWH written on a base map that had been prepared by Lynch Giuliano and Associates.
Did we discuss this last meeting?
Well, I was chastised by the board attorney for attempting a second time to introduce the colored map into evidence. I think it's totally legitimate. I never would have tried to present something that wasn't a totally legitimate document. And I just think that Mr. Westnick's deposition testimony clearly establishes why there is an underlying map that was prepared by Lynch Giuliano, and then later became the map that was used to integrate the Masters collection.
You sent a deposition or excerpt of a deposition?
Yes, I did. I sent it today.
When?
This afternoon.
When?
It's afternoon, I don't know exactly when.
John, did you get this? I shut down at like 2:30.
Oh, it may have been after that.
We have an email of 4:19 p.m. from Donato that's addressed to Ally Morris, copied to myself, Mr. Schneider, Marion Portage, Rob Robinson, and Victor Dean.
When did you get the depositions?
I had the depositions in June, or July, maybe it was, but it was subsequent to that. I didn't think there was going to be an issue with introducing the document. When I tried to introduce it through Barbara Woolley-Dillon, which was September the 10th, it was at that time that it was objected, and I then, presented it for identification, and because, why was it a map that was a Lynch-Giuliano map, and how did that happen? And then I said, let me see if I can figure out how to explain why this is a piece of evidence and it's a good piece of evidence. So subsequent to the testimony of Mr. Brian Flannery, I deposed him, and he kind of disowned any knowledge about the map, I then communicated my subpoena to FWH, and then I got the maps. So now I'm just trying to tie up loose ends.
So the deposition testimony you got in June?
I'm not exactly sure.
But did you get it before the last meeting?
I did have it. Yes, I did have it before the last meeting.
So it would have been probably a good idea to let us look at it then versus at what time?
4:19 p.m.
What happened is, I went on the website, and I saw that the document was admitted as evidence. I didn't want to have it admitted as evidence in the event of an appeal, have an issue about whether or not the document was or was not admitted. So that's when then that happened after the last meeting, that I was trying to just tie up all my loose ends, that's all.
No problem.
And I honestly did not expect that we were going to be here on November the 25th. That was kind of a special meeting. There wasn't a whole lot of time available. I was away, the secretary was away, so but it's just, I just think it's important that we take whatever loose ends we have. That was one of my.
So if we could, I'm seeing Mr.
I know, I'll move over.
Thank you. Mr. Schneider, would you like to comment?
I mean, this has been addressed by the board before. We have Ms. Donato testifying where it came from. And with respect to using the deposition of Mr. Wusnick to authenticate it, he said he doesn't remember seeing it before. He says, it has his firm's name on one side. You see it has FWH on the other side. Yeah, I don't know. If they took our plan and made this, I don't ever remember seeing it.
This is from the depositions.
Yes, this is from what she just sent you today. So,
okay.
Can I just clarify? I don't believe that was marked into evidence. It might be part of the record. It might be marked for identification. But that document is not in evidence before this board. I remember one of the earlier proceedings where the board voted on it and excluded it. Wanted to admit it into evidence. Now, it may be marked, and I think it's certainly part of the record, but I do not recall that being marked into evidence as it was. I think that was contrary to the board's determination.
So
very rare opportunity that I do agree with Mr. Jackson, that I thought that he had prevailed upon the board not to accept the document into evidence. However, it's a compliment. I said we were agreeing with each other.
But you make these other statements that just I disagree with, and excuse me, just don't please try to refrain from making the gratuitous comments.
I would do so, Mr. Jackson, but I saw that it is shown as a piece of evidence on the township website with this application, which I really do want to say that you're very advanced in terms of the placement of these things on your website. Ms. Mark does a fantastic job of allowing people to know what's on the site. It's a very great idea. So I just wanted the record to be clear that because I saw it as a piece of evidence, and I was told that it was marked for identification, and there seemed to be and I can understand why they wouldn't want to have it. it shows that the open space is the golf course, so they don't want to have it, but I
Why would
just
you,
wanted
excuse
to.
me, why would you make a comment like that when it's not in evidence? Well, I can see why they don't want to have it because it shows such and such. You know that the board does not have it in evidence, and now you're making argument and comment on a document that's not in evidence. Why are you doing that?
I'm saying why they would not want it. I think
Yeah,
it's
I know
totally
that, but that's already
appropriate
been
in that.
determined.
Okay, hold on.
And this is what I mean by the gratuitous comments. That's why there's a difficulty here. You should not make comments on a document that's not in evidence, that's designed to put an idea in the board's head to make a persuasive argument about it. It's just not appropriate. Just like it's not appropriate to say that the board kept it out based on my instruction or recommendation, I forget the exact word you used. That is not my recollection. The record will show what it shows. But you make these comments as you go along, and I'm not engaging you on every one of them, but please refrain from doing that. And likewise, don't make persuasive arguments to a board on a document that the board would not allow into evidence.
I'm sorry, Mr. Stern, I listened back to the tape, so, I mean, the video, so I saw how that went. All I'm saying is there are explanatory reasons why this particular document should be admitted into evidence. I've provided you with adequate information to supplement. The board can always reconsider its decision on any issue. If you don't want to admit it into evidence for whatever your reasons may be, despite what I presented today, then that is the board's choice to do so. I felt it was incumbent on me to make certain, having seen that it was a marked exhibit on your website.
Good, okay.
Today,
John,
okay?
go, Mr. Schneider, no, I'm cutting this off. John, go, Mr. Schneider, go, and we're moving on.
Wait, already decided.
Wait, I know,
Wait, I just want
wait.
to clarify.
Go.
That email was sent over at 4:19. Now, it so happened I got here about 10 to 6. I was at the pizza place across the hall, across the street, and I was able to look on my iPhone and look at that document, and I was alerted by a text from another attorney in my office that you sent to me at 4:19. And I quickly skimmed that deposition, and my sense when I was skimming the dozens of pages that went along with it, that witness by no means authenticated that document. And I think that's what Mr. Schneider said. Now, you're characterizing that witness authenticated that document, which, I didn't read it that closely. John, the point is, you can't get something at 4:19 for a meeting that's occurring at 6 o'clock.
Okay, good, John, or Mr. Schneider. Quickly.
We're just retreading what's already been resolved. I mean, are we going to redo everything?
No, Mr. Schneider, okay, I am making a decision. It wasn't timely. Whatever it wasn't timely. 4:19, when you've had it for a while, is not timely. What's your next one? Are we summing up now, or we have other procedural stuff?
I want to make sure that the report of board met. That is at 4:19 today.
Put the mic.
What had happened was, he sent me a report he was
I can hear, but I
away.
don't think they can.
I'm sorry. The board met, when he was here the last time, he was prepared to testify in response to the additional traffic count and the results of that traffic count.
Right.
And you said, no, write a report. I asked him for a report. I got a report on Friday. He had to finalize it. He was away for the weekend, and he gave it to me today. That's what happened. I can't make that.
Are you asking that to be admitted into the evidence?
Absolutely. I think it's very important for you.
Okay, Mr. Schneider, do you have any objection to being admitted into evidence?
With a qualification, and the qualification is that, Mr. Stern, you did say last time that Mr. Met could present a report. You also said last time, we were done with testimony and cross-examination other than the public. So as long as we're not going to reopen cross-examination, which I think is Ms. Donato's next request, then I have no trouble with sticking with the rules that you set last time, which said Mr. Met could submit a report. But if we're going to open it up, to open other aspects of this hearing up to cross-examination, contrary to the rules we said last time, then I think I would object to admitting the report.
Good. Mr. Donato.
Do we have copies for all the board members? You sent that by email at 4:19. And if you want the board to consider that, they're going to need copies of it to look at. Did you bring them?
Yeah, I have several copies.
Well, no, but I think practically speaking, we're going to let it into evidence, Mr. Donato, but, I don't remember specifically, but I bet I said something to the fact we need to get it early. I know I spent a couple hours on Sunday reading everything the council submitted, but 419, we don't have time. We have jobs.
Well, you received something from Mr. Schneider today's date.
At 10 a.m.
Yes, in the morning. I was at a doctor's appointment for most of the day, so
Okay.
I wasn't.
I'm not mad. I'm just
active.
saying that at a certain point
And
becomes.
this meeting was put on 2 weeks ago, and it really it wasn't another month, so, I don't have an army of.
We're going to put it into the evidence. We're not going to have cross-examination about it, and
Or anything else.
or anything else.
How many copies of it do you have there?
I have 2 copies.
2 copies, that's all you have.
That's all I have.
Bring it up here, and the board's going to have to look at that.
And then, I really quite did not understand Mr. Schneider's position about cross-examination. I've been waiting to cross-examine Mr. Boyd, the board engineer. I have several questions for him, and that's a whole different issue.
I'm sorry, what?
I have been waiting to cross-examine Terrence Boyd, the planning board engineer.
Excuse me, Chairman.
Whoa, hold on. I just want to understand what the issue is. You want to cross-examine our engineer?
Yes, Mr. Stern.
When did you bring that up?
I brought it up a while back when I asked the question, sometime way in the beginning, and I said, well, have an opportunity to cross-examine. He never really testified as entirely. He gave snippets of information as we went along.
So you asked to cross-examine Mr. Voigt earlier?
It was back when we first started, Mr. Stern. I said, it'll be cross-examination, and I saw that you swore the witnesses in. I don't know what the rush is. I mean, we were all of a sudden 2 weeks ago, and now we have a special meeting tonight, and everything is all, I think, why is there always enough time to do something right? I mean, why is enough time to do it right, but enough time to correct it? Let's just do it right. I mean, he's subject to cross-examination.
But hold on, let me finish. So, when did you bring up the request to cross-examine?
I believe I did. Yeah, it was a long time ago. It was back when we first got started, and it was kind of like, well, that's going to happen or something. It didn't. It was put off.
Why didn't you bring it up last meeting? I'm not trying to be a jerk, but we are trying to move this along, and I think we made it pretty abundantly clear that last meeting we wanted to wrap up testimony.
I can understand that, Mr. Stern, but there wasn't enough time. I mean, if I had said to you the last meeting, I want to cross-examine Mr. Boyd, what would you have done? Differently than allowing me to do it?
I probably would have, if I had allowed you to do it, I would ask you what specifically your question was. Why don't you do this? How many questions did you have for Mr. Boyd?
Can I add something, Chairman, just if I could?
Let's do this in order. Mr. Schneider, while she's looking for a question.
So I object to Mr. Mann's report and evidence because, as we've heard so often, he's not here to cross-examine.
Well, I thought you said you were okay with that.
I said as long as we don't get into cross-examination about it or anything else, and you repeated or anything else. Mr. Boyd never testified. The board members asked him questions. Board members ask their professionals questions all the time. That does not mean they can be cross-examined.
Excuse me, Chairman.
And at the end of the last hearing, you, Mr. Stern, set a roadmap, which was we're done with testimony, we're done with cross-examination, we're done with redirect, other than letting the public speak. And Ms. Donato didn't say boo. She didn't object to that. She didn't say anything. And now we want to open this up.
Good. No, wait.
Chairman.
Wait. All right, Terry.
There's a practical reason why I cannot be cross-examined tonight. I am a shareholder in a private corporation. Our corporate procedures, all requests of this nature go through our corporate attorney. Had this request been made known to me even a week ago, it would have gone to our corporate counsel. Now, that being said, if there are questions that directly pertain to our reviews, to my participation in this hearing, I have no objection to answering those questions through the chairman.
Okay. I don't have any questions that don't come from the reports that Mr. Ford wrote.
Okay,
I'm not going to ask him, questions that don't have to do with the application.
Mr.
And it is a common procedure, and it is one of the reasons why you swear your professionals in, because they are subject to cross-examination. They provide
I've been
information.
doing this 30 years, so that would be a first.
Well,
Ooh.
I've been doing it longer than
Yeah.
And in fact, I got up, and we were late at the last meeting, and it went late. And I did raise objections, Mr. Stern, so let's not, try to get into revisionist history and who remembers what, and trying to excoriate that I did something, I'm just trying to select. I just want the truth. That's all. I want all the truth on the table.
Stop.
What the questions were.
No. How many, before you tell me what the questions are, how many questions are there?
He has a 10-page report, and I have about 8 questions on his initial report, and then there's a report that actually comes, I didn't realize it wasn't him. It's November 21st, it's dated, it's signed by Justin DiBiase, and he reviewed the revised traffic report of dynamic engineering. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 questions on that.
You have 5 questions total?
5 questions on the November 21st letter,
Yeah.
and I have 10 questions on the January 28th letter.
Okay. Hang on a minute, Mr. Schneider, briefly.
So the board's experts are sworn in because board members ask their experts questions. I've never heard of the board's experts being subject to cross-examination either. And as I said, if we're opening this up, then I'm object on due process and statutory grounds to Mr. Metz's report coming in. Because I clearly said I didn't object as long as this cross-examination was over.
Okay, hang on. So, 3 counsel have been doing, I've never, so is this something that is done? Is it allowed? What are the parameters?
Do you have a case or precedent that supports the proposition that the board...
Well, answer my question first, if you could, please.
Whoa.
Is it? No, whoa. She went down.
I thought Judge Schneider said it, but now I see where it came from. You're asking about, is there procedure for that?
No, is this something that is, before we get into legal precedent, is this something he's done? I'm ignorant.
I think we've been the board attorney here since about 1998. I have never had a request for our board attorney to be, for our board engineer to be questioned or cross-examined. I have not, I sit in other towns. I'm not familiar with any case that says...
Okay, so now the next question was, is there any legal authority that supports allowing any attorney to cross-examine board's professionals?
I can tell you that I think FOBE is FOBE Associates. It's a published decision. I know that it's one that addresses it. I remembered that Judge Lawson, when he was the assignment judge of Monmouth County, I won cases where this wasn't a public witness, professional, was not permitted to be cross-examination. The right of cross-examination applies to all parties. That's how it is. That's what I've always understood to be the case. I'm surprised that It hasn't happened here. No, it's not necessarily a popular thing to do, but sometimes it's a necessary thing to do, to try to understand what the basis of someone's opinion was.
Fobi, what's the name of the case? Fobi
I think
Associates?
it's Fobi, I'm not positive.
Versus,
And, I don't feel like writing a brief right now, Mr. Jackson.
No, Ms.
And,
Bevis.
and I think it's a particularly hypocritical posture, since I requested by subpoena to have the testimony of the author of the fiscal impact report so I could cross-examine that person. Now Mr. Schneider is saying, well, he has the right to cross-examine my witness, which I think he does. I thought it was a little unusual that you all of a sudden we got into this huge rush. It
This
was
is
like
what
all
I
of a
mean
sudden.
by the gratuitous comments. I think the question.
It's not a gratuitous comment, Mr. Jackson.
whoa.
It is a comment
Hey, no,
that
no, stop,
relays a fact.
everybody, no.
I had
No,
asked
no,
about
no,
this Fob
no,
case.
no.
I just want to know if
I'm
this
not
is the case.
positive the name of the case. Fob is one of the cases that deals with the right of the applicant.
The borough of Demarest?
Yeah, I think that's it, Fob, but I'm not
so
positive that's the case.
John's gonna read it, and you know what we're gonna do, Ms. Donato? You can ask 4 questions. I don't know if it's right, I don't know if it's wrong, but this is not timely.
Well, it was time when I asked it, and the meetings we did witnesses, and usually what happens is the municipal witness goes last.
The
That's why the witness gets
specific
cross-examined.
the specific request to cross-examine the board's expert, which appears to be highly unusual, maybe not unfounded, but highly unusual, came at what time?
It wasn't, it didn't come in then, Mr. Stern, I'm sorry. I raised this question a long time ago.
Well, okay, so you know what, then you need to bring it in a more specific fashion. So, while Mr. Jackson is reading the case, you have 4 questions, please proceed.
So that there's no question in the record that I succumbed to your ruling. I disagree 100%.
Duly noted.
As I said, it's better to be safe than sorry, Mr. Stern. Haste makes waste. Okay, all right, I'd like to ask you about the developer's agreement. There's a draft agreement that's in the file that you refer to. Well, I have to ask you the chair. Okay. Does the draft agreement only addresses what was the original 556 units and no basement apartments? Is that correct?
Is this for me to answer?
You said I have to answer the chair.
I'm not even sure what developer's agreement we're talking about. Are you talking about the time in my review?
Well, is this going to count in my, it was submitted, you reviewed it in your report January 28th.
Okay. So you have a question about my comment in my January 28th report?
Yes, sir. Item number, on page 3, Roman numeral 1.
Okay.
Roman numeral 1.
Okay.
Refers to 556 units, doesn't
Okay.
refer to basements.
Okay.
Confirming that.
It
understands on its own.
Yeah.
I'm asking him a question. Did he consider that there are basement apartments that will arrive in the future in the developer's agreement? That's the question.
I think what she's asking, did you take into account the fact there were basements?
It was not germane to this particular comment. They provided the agreement, and we noted as a statement of fact that there were 556 units referenced. Now, that developer's agreement, I don't have it in front of me. I don't know whether it specifically referenced basements or not. As the board is aware, basements are allowed in many places in Lakewood, at the request of the developer or a future homeowner. I cannot tell you whether that entered into this comment on January 28th, 2019.
Good, and good, thank you. You're going to need to ask your other 3 questions, but this highlights, Mr. Nono, why we need to have these. If we were going to address this, however we ruled, Terry could have prepared. Getting at 419 inhibits his ability to prepare properly.
And for the record, Chairman, I did not get it. I was not copied on that
Mr. Vogt
communication.
never got it. He found out about it about 6 o'clock when I saw him when I walked up.
Okay, good. Next
Mr.
question.
Stern, I raised the right of cross-examination of the municipal witnesses in the beginning of these proceedings,
Okay, what's your next question?
okay? Okay, in reviewing the land use plan, this is on page 4 of the January 28th report, can you tell me where open space is shown on this breakdown of proposed land uses?
Are you talking about as referenced in our letter?
In B2, in
Okay.
January 28th letter, is what I said,
In
yes.
B2, there is a comment that says the land use plan tabulates the proposed land uses as follows. One of the 4 items identified indicates community, in parenthesis, roads, recreation, preservation, total 78.1 acres.
Is that intended to be the open space component of the GDP?
I honestly can't tell you. I could go through the file and ask the person who helped author the review.
Next question, Mr. Dunn.
Did you include any contribution to the transportation improvement district in any of your reviews of the developers agreement that was supplied by the applicant with this application in January of 2019 and which is part of the required submissions in connection with the GDP?
Improvements as far as the township goes are determined at the end of a major site plan or subdivision. That is by location and by project, and for those reasons, the answer to your question is no.
Last
Yeah,
question.
I'm referring next to the review letter of November 21st, 2019 that comments on the supplemental traffic assessment of dynamic engineering dated October 4th, 2019. Referring specifically to page 1 of your report, the last paragraph, it states, according to a recent ordinance adopted by the County of Ocean, so that's a bonding ordinance for phase 1, isn't it?
Only because Mr. Donato said your report, and it is not signed by Mr. Boyd. Notification is his report.
Mr. Boyd, can you answer
How
the
is it that
question?
everyone forgot the correct pronunciation of Mr. Vogt's name?
I
It's
know.
corrected to Mr. Boyd. It's got
If that's the
more
worst thing that happens tonight, it's a good night.
Are you able, I don't know, is he able to answer these questions?
I am not able to answer directly again. I do not have the documents in front of me, nor was I ready to answer this question.
All right.
Okay.
Again, I could have spent, I have a lot of questions to ask because they directly relate to what I think is this, what are contained in the report and things that are not consistent with what you heard in testimony. So, my only purpose of raising these issues is to cross-examine. Cross-examination is called the greatest inch of truth. I was hoping to get some truth.
Well, Ms. Donato's here, perhaps you can give her some agent.
You want to go first?
No, the person with the burden of proof goes second.
The earlier offered to go first.
I did not.
Okay,
Why don't you two arm wrestle for it? Okay, sorry. It was my fault. Go ahead, please. Oh, Mr. Steiner almost smiled.
This is an application that is supposed to be bottomed and based on planning. The whole idea of the general...
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the word.
Bottomed, like the bottom of it, its foundation,
Yeah.
is supposed to be based on planning.
Thank you.
They put the general development plan provisions into place because it allowed a planning board to take a broader view to plan a large tract of land in the beginning. It is not a concept plan. It is not an informal plan. It is not a meaningless plan. Otherwise, we would not have been here for as long as we have been. It's a mechanism to establish planning. And it's specified in your ordinance, specified in the MLUL, and as your attorney stated at the first meeting, the findings that this board is required to make are not as of right approvals like you get on a site plan or a subdivision. It's not the same thing. And you are giving away density. You are giving away the right to build. And I think, from what I'm seeing, is the applicant's looking for some fairly lengthy build out. So it's a long-term commitment of a municipality. And it's supposed to have meaning. It's not some general 10,000 feet in the sky approach to what's happening. It's real. And this application stands directly opposite to all of those principles. The first thing is that it's supposed to show the total density. Now we all know, in this municipality, you can have a basement apartment in every residential zone. Every residential zone can have a basement. Do you see basement apartments on this? No. They said, oh, people can make their mind up down the road. But what do those basement apartments do? Do you have enough parking? Each of the units in the duplex are 5 bedrooms. They're already shy on the parking, as pointed out by Mr. Paul, under the residential site improvement. Now you put a basement, and now you put stairs, and now you enlarge the parking lot. That is what is being proposed. Is that a park? Or is that just another high-density development that's not being properly planned for? They should be required to show the full parameters of density, mandated by the MLUL, mandated by your ordinance. It's not shown. So you're not getting the complete picture. The first significant issue. Now, another issue is that you've got about 20% of the buildings that don't meet the front yard setback requirement. Now, you can listen to what we'll come back and we'll change it or we'll modify it. You give them this density and they're entitled to it, and you show me, anybody shows me, where the MLUL or your ordinance provides otherwise. It doesn't. Be careful. It's very easy right now to say, let's get it right. Let's get it right. Because if you bring this developer back to the drawing board and say, give us all the units, show us everything, no court's ever going to overturn you because your ordinance says total density. Density is a dwelling unit. So, but don't buy the false promise that, well, in the future, the owners will do it. Yes, the owners are going to put in basement apartments. And what's the other ramification to basement apartments? Do you know how much fill is going on this property? They need to get out of the water table. Because the water table is basically at ground level, as Mr. Gall testified, exposed groundwater. They're putting in up to 25 feet of fill. You think you have traffic problems? Wait until you get all these hands and trucks. You don't even know how much fill they're bringing in. And the fill needs to come in so that they can have basement apartments and that they can pull things out of the water, because this is a wet site. Now, everybody likes to throw darts at me that I'm doing something wrong, but let me just say that we disclosed to this board as soon as we knew in July that there was a pipe that drained the fairways and discharged to the golf course. And then in August we got the DEP records that were mysteriously missing for a long time. Okay, we got them. What did they say? We have this all in evidence. The golf course is designated as a recharge area for drainage. We didn't make that up. There's no easement for that because it was one entity. The golf course and the residential development were part of an adult community project. fact that they were subdivided is meaningless. It has no impact whatsoever because planned development frequently have different components owned by different parties. Doesn't mean they're not a planned development, and doesn't mean they're not an ACP. Because you can't have a golf course in the R40 zone unless it's associated with an ACP. Okay? That's upstairs in Superior Court. I'm going to get that resolved, but I think it further buttresses our position of why all of a sudden, I felt like all of a sudden the brakes broke. There were no brakes anymore. We had to do this right away. It had to be decided and done tonight. And that was 2 weeks ago. And that has thrown a considerable degree of difficulty into the entire process. And I have no reason why I can explain why we have to get it done. You've got the perimeter. You've got an ordinance here. And, you know, it bears repeating that when the master plan was adopted, there were no infrastructure studies done for this site. This planning board, not you, Mr. Stern, but the planning board that voted on it, put in a requirement as a precondition to this use coming into effect that you would have a level of service C on the adjacent roadways. When you look at the report of Mr. Meth, what he has done using what is the correct method of traffic analysis and planning, documented by treatises that are used by traffic engineers. Okay. The level of service as a result of this project will be D and F. And F is exactly what it means when you go to school. It's failure. So, what the applicant's engineer did, and a cross-examination, he kind of, it's in his reports, he said it. He took the planned improvements, what the DOT was going to do on the intersection of Cross Chestnut and Route 9, what the county was going to do on Cross Street itself, and they credited those improvements to their development. So what you're supposed to do is say the no-build condition before you put in the impact of this development is to look at the existing development with all planned improvements. We provided you with the appropriate documentation that supports that conclusion from noted traffic. Here's how you're supposed to do this, okay? If you do that, then you really have a deterioration of conditions when you then say, I'm coming back later and I'm putting in all this traffic. So Mr. Meth did that. What he did was he took the numbers, put them into a chart, and he shows that the level of service will be D and F, okay? With all of these improvements. And there's something that was very important about the improvements, okay? The timing is just off. And one of the things I'll say for the traffic engineer from Remington Vernon, who wrote the report that was November 21st, he commented that this traffic report doesn't look at anything other than Nair driveways. It doesn't look at the roadway system. It doesn't look at Route 9 and Cross Street. It doesn't look at Cross Street in general. It just looked at their improvements. The scope of a GDP is broader than that, much broader. So those issues are very much unresolved in this application. And with all due credit to the board, you asked for information to coordinate the impact of the new development on roadway improvements as they came into place. Look at your own traffic engineer's report. That was not done. Instead, they just said, here's what it is here. And so don't you think it's a little funny? I thought it was a little strange that the one updated report, one updated counts that they took, have a range of increase in volume, more trips going through that intersection, ranging from 10% to like over 35%. That much more traffic is going through those, was counted. Yet it didn't change the result. So there's something, you're going to be very sorry when you can't travel down Cross Street. So the other thing is the timing of the improvements. Okay, so everybody's presuming this is gonna very happily all come together at the same time. It's not gonna come together at the same time. The county has a two-phase plan. Phase one takes them up to Augusta Boulevard. That's all, Augusta Boulevard. And that's not gonna be done, I don't think. They just bonded it. That's all that they did, was the bonding. Phase two, which goes from Augusta Boulevard out across the railroad tracks, that's not even designed yet. So you're putting all of these additional vehicles onto this roadway system without any analysis of the impact. Despite the fact that when this board said, we recommend this ordinance, provided that you bring the level of service to city, that was what the ordinance said. They went in, they invalidated that provision without notice to us or an opportunity to be heard in the case. So that you tried to put a modicum of planning in place by saying level of service city. Now you're getting DNS. And we don't even know if that's the worst of it. Because that doesn't, there's just so many unanswered questions that one really has to question how you could call this the GDP. Now, I hope everyone understands that this developer is counting lot areas of each of these duplex lots as open space. So I suppose children are going to play next to the driveway and next to the parking lots in the backyard, which are going to be, parking lots going to be double because they're accommodating even less than what is required for one unit, as opposed to a basement unit. So you're not really planning. You're not able to plan it because you haven't been given the information. And yes, there are delays, but those delays aren't due to us. Those are the delays due to the fact that the developer thought this was a slam dunk. They thought they were just going to have this happen, regardless of opposition, regardless of analysis, regardless of the law, and regardless of the requirements of your own ordinance. Now, there's so many things that we haven't heard about the open space and how it's going to interrelate. But I thought some of the speakers tonight really raised a very significant point. That the only really contiguous area of open space is going to be the 9-hole golf course on the former landfill. So I guess we're going to have children playing around with methane vents. Where are they going to play? They're going to go to there's no place for them to go. They have nothing on their lots. They can't there's no room on their lots. By the time you finish putting in the parking lots, would you want your children to play in a front yard or a side yard where a driveway comes in? So those are all questions for which I have no answer. But I know what I have an answer to. And I know that the MLUL and this ordinance states that the plan development, the applicant, by the way, has the burden of proof, not me. I don't have the burden of proof. It's the applicant's burden. That it will not have an unreasonably adverse impact upon the area in which it is proposed to be established. So, we've got traffic, okay? Personally, I wouldn't want to live around a level of service F. You've got it in a lot of places already. I don't know if there's such a thing as a triple F, but you'll be arriving there if you continue with something like this. Okay. So we have the stormwater. Okay, now the applicant presented a plan. Mr. Vogt, did I get it right?
Yes, you did.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Vogt said that he didn't review that, you don't review the details of the plan. And you just, it's okay, we'll look at it later. Remember, you're being asked to do something that has significant long-term effects. You read the MLUL and the effect of granting the GDP approval, you bought it if you grant this GDP approval. And everything you do after this is going to be putting your hand out and begging for relief because you didn't do it now. And I don't let anybody tell you any different. The statute says the developer can reduce the density. The developer, not anybody else, and not by more than 15%. You're just missing the whole plan of it. If you put yourself in the position to say, well, You know, but they don't have it now, but we'll fix it later. That's not the idea of what this is about. Now, more than 100 acres of open space and recreation is going to be completely eliminated. I'm not talking about the municipal landfill because that's not part of this ACP. It is recreation and open space identified by this township's planning documents since the inception of this community. It's not before you in terms of a determination, but it's certainly when trying to determine if the open space is reliable, which is one of the findings that you must make, you should really take that into account. And just think, where will these children recreate? Where will they go? I wouldn't, you know, I just don't think you'd want to have your children there. They have no place to play, nothing to do. Go back to the drawing board. They can reduce this density and it'd be fine. This is max density. Okay, the fiscal impacts are one of the more deficient things that I've ever, I mean, it kind of amazes me that first the witness never showed up, never was allowed to come in. But there are many fiscal impacts that will be generated by this, okay? The theory of this applicant is that a yard area, or anything that's not covered with impervious surface, is open space. If that were to hold true, that means also he's got to do it, have to do it for the fairways, the residential development. You think you're going to have a reduction in tax base based on the fact that they're going to be developing the property next door? Wait until you tell the assessor that your rear yard is open space for the community. You're going to have major implications, never considered in the fiscal impact report. They don't include in the fiscal impact report information about the basement apartments. Again, it's like the shell game. It's here, but it's not here. That's twice as many families with children who need to go to school, who need to be bused, who need to have special services. This is a fact of life when you have children. When we said that we couldn't account for there were two people, like they said, 2 children and a parent. Well, where were the other 2 people, household units? The answer that we got was, oh, well, those are preschool children. Well, I would presume that they're going to grow up and go to school too. So that you should include them in your fiscal impact report. There's a tremendous amount of information about the value of open space per se. Open space in the community creates a balance, that creates a benefit, that gives light, air, open space, all of the purposes of zoning. That is going to negatively affect your tax base and your fiscal base. It has not been considered. And we had a number of very, very specific and very, very telling analyses of the data that was used, was unreliable. If you don't have a correct family size, we're comparing it to developments that are not comparable, that they should be looking at developments occupied after 2017. So, you know, there are any number of factors that the fiscal report did not want to address, or did not address. And we were never able to ask the author of the report, why did you do that? So, you know, it very, very, on that particular issue alone, leaves you with the really unwelcome task of potentially, not only potentially, but probably, or maybe assuredly, going to be affecting the tax base of this municipality and how much people pay to live. The more you increase that tax base, the less desirable this community is. And I don't think you want to do that. You have a very diverse community. You have a community that is, you know, it's developing, and yeah, it probably developed before anybody planned. You have a chance to plan here. Everything you hear about is, this town didn't plan. The traffic is terrible. It's overcrowded. We have this problem, we have that problem. You have a chance to say no, right here, no. That's a great opportunity. The other thing I'll say about fiscal is they did not take into account what the costs, education costs were, and didn't do any of that analysis whatsoever. With respect to stormwater, it appears in looking at some of the reports, and I really, I think you need an answer on this. I believe the applicant plans on giving responsibility to this township to maintain those detention basins. You heard Mr. Gall. These basins are surrounded by miles of walls, high walls, expensive walls to maintain. The township's going to have responsibility for that. It's not addressed in the fiscal impact report, but it's alluded to in the stormwater report. And then you have the fact that if you don't have the responsibility, for example, with all of those, they have these seepage pits at each corner of the building to take the roof off, okay? This municipality has the obligation to inspect those permits. Who's going to pay for that? I guess you'll have to hire, we're talking about over 500 buildings. So, I think you need to look a little harder. And I don't think it will hurt anyone. I don't think it will delay anything. We're in Superior Court, we'll probably be there for a while. Just if you do it right, just do it right. I love my accountant's song. Why is there always time to do something over again, but never enough time to do it right in the first place? Now, I did want to go into issues about stormwater. So, after we obtained the studies, we got reports and documents from DP, we had presented initial testimony because we had one report, all of which basically show that the golf course is the recharge area for the detention basin, all ties in together with the fact that it was the open space for the community. The applicant then, having recognized that this 48-inch pipe was draining approximately 400 acres of land rather than 6, I think that's about the difference, went and did an analysis, a hydrological analysis of some sort. And we were conservative because what Mr. Paul did was to say back in 1996, if I calculated the rainfall in 1996, it was like 32 acre feet. Okay? And that seemed pretty impressive. Okay? They come back at the last meeting and they say we have to plug it into the current best management practices, the current stormwater management regulations. It's over 50 acre feet of water that needs to be accommodated. And we made the hole bigger. Did anybody ask them for any studies, any reports, any analysis, anything? No, that was what they presented. And what did Mr. Ball say? He cannot say with any degree of reasonable engineering certainty that bigger hole in the ground is going to meet the needs of this community. And you cannot defer this. If you defer this, I think you stand a terrible, terrible risk of having, if you approve this and there's no appeal, you stand the risk of flooding two communities, the fairways and the park. I don't want that on my plate. I wouldn't want it on my plate if I was you, no matter how much time I needed, if I do it right. That's the only thing I can say. Now, the walls in this detention basin, okay, are so big that whatever wildlife occupied this site, which there are a lot of wildlife on this site, they can't get into the forested areas. They're all blocked off. You're going to have massive die-off. No proposal is made as to what you're going to do about wildlife. Nothing. Nothing. You just want the housing. And I think that this town has to go beyond We just want housing. It has nothing to do with race, color, creed, or anything. It has to do with pure planning. Now, the other issue, let me just see here. I haven't heard anything as to how the applicant intends to protect common open space. There's been a couple of, it's really confusing, and we really need some more information. Are these lots these simple lots? And what is the common open space? One of the reasons I was asking about what the roads were is there are some calculations that include roads in open space. So I don't know where that comes from, but I think it's worthy of a great deal of questioning and not just, okay, let's get this done. We've had enough, we've had 6 hearings, I've had enough, we've all had enough, but we still want to get to the truth. That's all we want. We want the truth, and we want reasonable analysis of everything that's contained in your ordinance and in the state law, and not kicking the can. You can't kick the can to site plan. You will be the sorriest folks if you did. Many years ago, I had a case on behalf of one of my clients, and it was a development that was an affordable housing development that was almost completely approved. And we came in, it was actually the first time Jeff Legault ever testified, and he did an analysis of the stormwater management. And the board listened. And the board had said, well, we're going to approve this, it's part of our affordable housing plan, we're going to get in all kind of trouble, it's a permitted use, there are no variances. We had one thing wrong. It was stormwater management. The case went up to the appellate division. We defended the decision of the board, and we won at every level. Boards don't like, the courts do not like to see stormwater messed with. I know it comes back to haunt everybody, and it will here too. You need more information, and it's not just wait until site plan and subdivision. Now, there are a couple of cases that I think are the lead decisions which guide the board in its decision here. And Mr. Schneider today analyzed these 2 cases, and he said that with respect to Field versus Franklin Township, which was a 1983 case, he said it wasn't a planned development. Well, it wasn't a planned development because they didn't have planned development then. They called it planned unit development. It was part of a separate statute. It then became merged into what we now have as the GDP, planned development provisions in the MOU. Field involved a PUD. It was this first stage, just like this, except PUDs had a preliminary and final. That was the only difference. But it was still this first foundation. You can't build a good house without a good foundation. And that's what Field was about. And it was about the fact that you just can't defer certain issues. I mean, they had 3 very feasible ways to determine how to sewer the property. The court said, no, we need to know which one you're going to use. We really need feasibility. Now, the Maurice River case, which is an MLUL case, General Development Plan, if you read the facts of this case stands in my favor and not in the developer's favor for many, many reasons. First, in Maurice River, they had a wildlife environmental expert, very renowned expert. If you read, it goes on for 2 or 3 pages about the studies he did about how they were going to deal with wildlife, what they were going to do. Did you hear anything about wildlife? Because I didn't. Did you read anything about wildlife about this application? I didn't. They did nothing. And one of the criteria and one of the components of GDP is the environmental assessment. It's just missing. It's not here. So he made a series of recommendations in his report. And one of the reasons the court sustained the decision of the board is because they protected all these natural areas. They said, avoid critical wildlife habitat, plant native species, limit the clearing of trees, preserve existing large trees. distribute information packets to the future residents so they know how not to damage the wildlife. And prior to doing any clearing or any work, they had to have a wildlife collection and translocation program. I think I was here except for the first meeting. I didn't hear anything about wildlife being disturbed, and you know that this site actually, sadly, has been a leading preserver of wildlife. And it's a lot of wildlife there. I get people sending me pictures all the time of all the animals that are in there. I guess maybe they'll go downtown. Now, the board had a wildlife consultant that assisted them. This is in this case that is used to say by the applicant that we don't really need to do anything. And she spent 96 hours in the field doing follow-up studies and making sure that it wouldn't adversely affect the wildlife habitat. I don't think we have any of that. When it comes to stormwater, the report is really interesting. The case refers to the fact that the engineers assessed all the characteristics of the property, its topography. They incorporated non-structural strategies into the plan. They included groundwater recharge, which this is a high recharge site. This site produces a lot of water for the aquifers. We'll have to go give them a little more money to New Jersey American. It addressed everything. When you looked at it, it was like they had a system where they had a closed irrigation system. They limited fertilizers and chemicals. That's what the court is reviewing at a GDP stage. Not 50,000 feet from the sky, whatever it was said, but from a real, this is a real approval. It's not, this is not a concept.
Is it about 30?
I'm almost done.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so. The applicant just didn't meet its burden of proof. It didn't try, it didn't think it had to try, it wanted to see what it could get away with. Don't let him get away with anything. Do the right thing. Thank you.
I'd like to start off by saying that I don't for 1 second question the sincerity of any one of the residents who got up here to speak. I don't question that for 1 second. And I agree with Ms. Donato that the board should do the right thing. Well, what is the right thing? The argument I just heard sort of demonstrates the old lawyer's adage. When the law's against you, you argue the facts. When the facts are against you, you argue the law. When they're both against you, you just argue like hell. And that was the argument that we just heard a few moments ago. Let's start with the law. What is a GDP? A general development plan. And yes, I also agree with Ms. Donato that it's not simply a concept plan, but it's a general development plan. And essentially, many of the arguments that we've heard throughout this lengthy hearing process is that, in essence, you don't have the information that you're used to having when you approve for preliminary subdivision. Because that's what you usually do here.
You review applications for preliminary subdivision or site plan. And a GDP application is the relatively rare exception. Well, you don't have it. There is no fully designed stormwater management system. We've heard that over and over and over again. And the case that Ms. Donato tried to argue doesn't really matter, or it helps her position, does just the opposite. Because that's the leading published precedent on what's the burden of proof an applicant has to meet to get their general development approved, to general development plan approved. What level of detail is needed in the documents submitted to the board? That was what the case was about. The board approved the GDP in Maurice River. A citizen group challenged that. Well, you don't have detail as to stormwater management. You don't have detail as to traffic. You don't have detail as to water. And what the court said, it said the issue in our case, the issue in the Maurice River case is what's the standard by which a planning board evaluates a GDP? And it says that standard is probable feasibility. Not fully engineered proof, but probable feasibility. The court quoted all the times the MLUL uses the word general in relation to the information that gets submitted with the general development plan. And it said, gee, the things that are considered for a GDP under municipal land use law, they're the same types of things that get considered for preliminary approval under the MLUL. And the court said, although NJSA 4055B-45.2 specifies those matters that must be considered by the planning board in acting upon an application for general development plan approval, which are practically identical with the factors to be considered in connection with all subdivision and site plan applications. Such matters are to be considered in a general way from the standpoint of probable feasibility, with the more detailed presentations being left until the more specific application for preliminary approval is sought. And they go on to say it would make no sense to have a GDP process if in essence you had to prove the same thing or virtually the same thing as you need for a preliminary approval. And try as Fairways Council might to make the much earlier appellate division decision in the Fields case applicable, before there was such a thing as GDP. Yeah, there was planned development, but you went directly to preliminary approval. You had to. There was no possibility of a GDP step. So what they were looking at in the Fields case was an application for preliminary approval, which the subsequent case, after the GDP stuff was added to the MOUL, said that that's not what we're looking for. Let's look at stormwater, because yes, stormwater is an important issue. And, you know, the parade of horribles about what you gentlemen are going to be doing to the seniors who live in fairways and all the children who are going to live in park, and it's going to be bigger than the Noah storm, and they're all, you know, what's going to happen?
Mike.
Nonsense. Nonsense. Mr. Golden first discovered the 48-inch pipe in July of this year. He admitted on cross-examination that it was shown on the CAFRA permit plan that he commented on to DEP back in 2017. He didn't notice it then. Yes, he's right. Parks engineers, when they prepared the GDP, they took the information then available. They saw the manhole in fairways that leads to the 48-inch pipe. They surveyed the area that flows directly to that manhole and assumed that that was the volume of water that comes out of 48. Additional information became available. Because we spent more time on the objector's case than the applicant's case, it took a while before we had an opportunity to respond to it. But we said yes. It is more than we had initially thought. You know, I heard one of the residents, and I heard Ms. Donato say, well, they didn't submit stormwater calculations. Well, you heard Mr. Gold testify he did a calculation and it came to X. And you heard our witness testify he did a calculation and got the same result. So there doesn't seem to be any dispute as to what the stormwater coming out of that 48-inch pipe is. But when that additional information became available, we didn't stop with that hydrograph analysis where the engineers reached the same result. As Ms. Donato just acknowledged, our engineers said, but today, the standards have tightened. What the regulatory agencies and scientific community says, how much rainfall falls for a 2-year storm and a 10-year storm and a 100-year storm, it's greater than it was when this was approved. So what parks engineers do? They added that in too. And we heard the testimony of Mr. Mueller, who was unequivocal that this could feasibly be fully engineered and designed with this enlarged basin that eliminated 42 of the duplex units. What did Mr. Gall say? He couldn't give an opinion one way or another. So you have one engineer unequivocal, yes, it's feasible. Another engineer unable to give an opinion one way or another. We've met our burden of probable feasibility. Let's talk about traffic. Guess what? Anytime you build another house, or another office, or another store, or anything, there's going to be more traffic.
I'm sorry,
Mr. Stern said early on he wanted to see some sort of phasing plan that tied the development, the different phases of the development, to these anticipated improvements on Cross Street. We did a supplemental traffic analysis, and Parks traffic engineer, Justin Taylor, presented that to the board, I believe, in early October, and presented testimony on it at the last hearing. He concluded that for phase 1, we just need the access driveway. Phase 2, we need the extra lane there on Cross Street that will provide a dedicated left-hand turn. Phase 3, we need it all, including the traffic signal. Well, what are we proposing? We're proposing that the board condition any approval on that. For any COs issued for phase 1, you have that access drive fully built. And I believe Mr. Taylor said it only had to be 1 lane in and 1 lane out, but we're saying fully built, all 2 lanes out and 1 lane in. Before you issue any CO for phase 2, you have to have that extra lane on Cross Street. And if the county hasn't done it, then Park has to do it. And if you don't do it, you don't get a CO, a single CO for phase 2. What are we proposing? We're asking the board to condition the approval that before the first CO is issued for phase 3, where a single CO is issued, you not only have the access boulevard, you not only have the extra lane on Cross Street, but you have the signal operational. And Remington and Vernick reviewed that, and Remington and Vernick agreed. Put that in the resolution. You've taken care of that. We don't know when the county's going to do it. Well, if the county doesn't do it, Park has to do it, and if Park doesn't do it, you don't get a CO. Put that right in as a condition. Takes care of that issue. Augusta Boulevard, the existing way into the clubhouse and beyond. One of the many court cases the park has going on is over Augusta Boulevard. I'm not sure why, because we acknowledge that there can be no use of Augusta Boulevard, none, except as specifically authorized in the easement. I'd ask you to make that a condition too. Put the whole Augusta Boulevard issue to rest. No ingress, no egress from this development via Augusta Boulevard, except as authorized in that easement. And they have their case in court, and the judge will decide what that is. And I don't think we're in disagreement with them as to what it is, but that'll work its way out in court. But this board can protect them, and we welcome it by putting a condition in there. I thought we put to rest, when I cross-examined briefly this Woolley Dillon a couple weeks ago, the idea that if you approve this, it's a guarantee. They're guaranteed they can build these units. And there's nothing you can do about it. You can't stop it. I think she acknowledged that it's not a guarantee. And the fact is, the law requires us to come for preliminary and final site plan and subdivision. We have to meet the full panoply of the board's requirements. The GDP, yes, gives you a period of zoning vesting, if you will. It doesn't relieve you from meeting any and every requirement to get preliminary and final site plan approval. Doesn't mean the board can't deny that approval if the applicable requirements are not met. To me, it's a matter of law, but let's calm everyone's anxieties. Put it as a condition in the resolution. No shovel in the ground. No tractor moving earth, nothing. Until you get a preliminary and final approval and you satisfy all of the requirements. Variances. We're not looking for any variances. We don't anticipate seeking any variances. Mr. Flannery's testimony was sort of abbreviated. He had to talk pretty fast last time. But as he pointed out, the ordinance measures the building setback from the edge of the street. Mr. Gall admitted that when he concluded a variance was needed, he wasn't measuring it from the edge of the street. He was measuring it from the property line. But in any event, we're not asking for any variances. Put a condition in there that if we come and ask for a variance at preliminary, there's absolutely no presumption that we're going to get it because of anything in the GDP. It doesn't give us any advantage whatsoever for any variance, period. And, the same stuff with the guarantees about, CAFRA and dam safety and stormwater and this and that. Write it right in that resolution, like I think you would in any preliminary or final resolution. You need every outside agency approval that applies. I could just take a few more minutes of your time. Open space, it is before the courts. It is before the court, but there's an inconvenient truth. Inconvenient from the Bears' perspective. And that's the Lakewood Ordinance. Both the ordinance from 1993 for the adult communities, which is still in effect, and the ordinance from 2017 for the planned unit development. Quote, minimum open space, 50% of gross tract. For purposes of this requirement, open space shall mean those portions of the tract not covered by buildings, structures of any kind, streets or other surfaces paved with impervious materials. Their whole case in court, and they repeated it here, so I'm repeating it, is that you have to add in there except if it's located on a single-family lot. But it doesn't say that. Again, Mr. Flannery had to go through it quickly, but he presented exhibits, the final approval by this board, the board's predecessor, for each and every section of fairways. And this board approved each section on a finding that each section had at least 50% open space based on that definition. Inconvenient truth. Well, what is going to happen to property values when people learn that their yards are the common open space for the whole community? Common open space is a totally different concept from open space as defined in the ordinance. Mr. Flannery's testimony in the exhibits again show that for each and every section of fairways, not only is the 50% open space, i.e. not covered with buildings, pavement, but it also shows how much is common open space. And yes, you can have a tennis court or a bocce court in a park, and that's paved. You can have parking in a park, and that's paved. So there's no necessary disconnect between common open space and having some impervious cover. Cluster, that's another issue. It's in the core. We heard a lot about it over the course of these proceedings. Nowhere in the 1993 ordinance pursuant to which fairways is approved, nowhere does the word cluster or any variation on that word appear. This is not and never was a cluster development. The golf course is not and never was an open space for the fairways community. Touch briefly on sure. 3 minutes. On reasonably adverse impact. I think if I lived on a golf course, I'd rather see the golf course than residences. I think if I lived next to a park, I'd rather see the park than residences. I think if I lived next to a farm field, I'd rather see that than residences. But because a current resident may prefer the wooded area or the golf course or the farm to a residence, doesn't mean that putting a residence there is an unreasonably adverse impact. Otherwise, every planned development would be an unreasonably adverse impact if someone could see it. And the same is true for stormwater management for the reasons I described. Most of the stormwater coming off the fairway site comes onto the fairway site from another piece of property. That doesn't tie the fairway site together with that upgradient piece of property such that fairways can never be developed. No, it means that Fairways has to accommodate the water that's coming onto it. So too, the park will have to accommodate the water that's coming onto it from Fairways, and our engineer has testified as to a feasible method of doing it. There's no unreasonably adverse. Species. You may have forgotten it, but early on you heard testimony about 43 acres of deed restricted tree save area on the golf course that's not being touched by the park development. There is an area identified by DEP as species habitat. And guess what DEP said? You ain't developing there, you're not touching that. And the plan doesn't propose that. Any open space area is going to have some wildlife, and if you build, it's going to be gone. But the issue is the critical habitat, and that's being saved. Property values. Yeah, property values are going down in Fairways. No one's established a reason. They speculated as to the reason. I think what the young lady who's the realtor testified made a lot more sense. I think property values will go up in the long term when people are able to have their sons and daughters and children and grandchildren living in close proximity. All that they've shown is that they've gone down over the past few years, and speculate, no evidence whatsoever, it's because there's talk about building on the golf course. Well, gee, it also corresponds with the period of time when Trump got elected. Maybe Trump's election is causing it. I mean, it's just pure speculation. Property values were down. Rush. That's the rush. This has been ending since January. And when we were here in September, we talked about the 25th as a backup date, or as probably the necessary date after the 12th. So this wasn't something that was pulled out of the air. We avoided December 3rd because council has an out-of-state wedding. And we talked about the 25th. So I think I've gone on. Do the right thing. I feel for these people. This isn't a popularity contest. Land use isn't done by an election. It's zoned for this use. The ordinance says you go first with a GDP. The courts state that the standard for a GDP is probable feasibility, and you leave the detailed engineering to the site plan state. That's published appellate division precedent, law of this state. We more than met that burden, and I would respectfully request that you approve the application, give us a 20-year vesting, and put in all of the conditions that I outlined orally, and I also outlined them in the letter I sent to, I think to Mr. Jackson, the copy, and I'm going to apologize. Last time, I think I repeatedly called you Ms. Alley, but it's Ms. Morris. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Mr. Stein, when we return, I would like to start thinking about, we talk about phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. I didn't hear a lot about phase 4 and 5. So when we come back, I just would like to kind of dig into that a little bit, and then we will move into voting. About 2 minutes.
Come back for
Mr. Schneider. I think your word for the day was canopy. Is that how you say it? Canopy. You talked about phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and there was very detailed linkages. I read the report. I read Terry's report. Maybe it was just me. I was unclear what the applicant's recommendations are for phase 4 and phase 5. Which is why I wanted to give you time to think about it.
Sure. The way I wrote the letter, phase 3, let me back up. I'm going to use the word stage to refer to the county project,
okay,
and phase to refer to our project to avoid confusion. So the county's proposed project, stage 1, goes from Route 9 to Augusta Boulevard. Stage 2 of the county's project goes from Augusta Boulevard into Lakewood. It's Jackson, I'm sorry, it's Jackson. The way my letter is written is that the county would have their first stage done by the time we get a CO for phase 3, and if they don't, we've put that extra lane along the frontage of our property so that there be a left turn in lane.
So you're allowed to proceed at risk, but you don't get a CO until those are done?
Well, I don't think we proceed if it wasn't on already.
Okay, continue.
But what I'm willing to say is then for stage 4, I'm sorry, for our phase 4, the entire county stage 1 would have to be done. Not just us putting it in along our frontage if the county doesn't act, but the county acting and putting in the whole thing from Route 9 to Augusta Boulevard, and tying stage 5, tying our phase 5 to the full completion of the county project. In other words, the second stage of the county project from Augusta Boulevard into Jackson County.
Mr. Chairman, may I please? I've been repeatedly criticized for these proceedings for testifying. When I refer to something that's fact-based someplace else, I'm testifying. Who is making these commitments? Can this attorney bind his applicant? I don't think that these kinds of complicated phasing questions are questions that should be resolved by an attorney giving you information. It's not evidentiary, and it's not a commitment that I think we should honor.
No, we're not, no, again, we're not asking for evidence. We didn't ask him for evidence. What we're asking him is I was asking for clarification of what they're proposing.
I just want to know who they are and who committed to that, and have them commit. There was a meeting at this board when the applicant, when Mr. Wall was testifying about the pipe. By the way, yes, he saw the pipe. The pipe was only draining 4 or 5.
Excuse me, one moment. Just an attorney can bind his client. He's suggesting that's what their proposal is. He's asking for the resolution.
I just want to make sure that there is he bound his client to go back to the DP. We haven't seen that yet, okay? So all I'm saying is, I want to know, because, we may be going beyond that. I just want to make sure that this is the commitment of the owners of this property who are going to develop this property.
We don't really need their commitment. We're going to make a vote, and we're going to tell them what we are not willing to allow them to do. I was asking Mr. Schneider for clarification of what he wrote here so that we understand. Doesn't mean we're going to accept what they're proposing. I just want to understand what they're proposing.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Counsel, what do we do now?
Well, at this point, what you would do is you would close the meeting. Close the meeting, and then ask for deliberations. The board can deliberate, talk about the evidence in the case, and then after the matter has been discussed and deliberated by the board,
Then you would ask for a motion, and there would be a second to that motion if there's a second, and then we would proceed accordingly.
Is deliberation just a free-for-all, or is there any structure to it?
The chair can govern that. Some boards will go right down in order, or you can just go right down the line and ask each member if they have any comments or any questions or observations or anything they'd like to talk about regarding the case.
Okay. So with no further ado, we're going to close the meeting. We close the public portion?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Robinson's always very helpful.
Well,
I don't even have to see him. I know. So we've now closed the public portion. Gentlemen, any comments, thoughts?
We're deliberating now.
Sir? Any general observations, thoughts, comments?
Yeah, I'm going to actually make my own personal observation and comments. Looking at the GDP, being part of Lakewood for over 35 years, and living here and seeing the different types of growth. When I came to farmland and everything else, and when you guys lived, there used to be a nativity that used to be there with animals and everything else. That I used to take my kids. That's no longer there because, of course, you guys lived there and welcome. It's changed as time has addressed, and unfortunately, we've all seen that come to place. And as much as we want to live on trees and try to be looking at what's there, there's also change. There's change not only in Lakewood, but if you drive to Toms River, if you drive to Howell, if you drive to Jackson, Manchester, you're going to see changes in developments and everything coming up one way or another. Looking at this GDP, I'm guiding myself by the fact that that's just what it is, a general plan development. I'm looking at this if we vote yes or no on it, regardless of what it is, I don't see that as a total commitment on our part as far as what the amount of units are, what the actual, there's still a lot of information here that the applicant has agreed to give us more information at a later time and date, depending on how this rules. That's going to be more information, and we still hold the cards as far as, is it going to help us or is it going to hurt us? That's what I've heard and seen on both sides. Mr. Nava has made some great points that has added to my understanding of what the applicant is doing or not doing, and allow me to take that into consideration in voting one way or the other on the application. And I see that the attorney for the applicant, Mr. Schneider, has put a lot of the information in writing. So I'm not an attorney, but I know that by law, if you put it in black and white and it goes before a judge, they're going to look at the same thing that says in black and white and says, hey, this is what you said, why are you changing it, or you just can't change it in the interim. It doesn't seem to work. We don't know the situation, but it is in front of me, and I've read it, and I see what the agreements are or aren't. And I think that the transparency that the gentleman was talking about earlier is very important. And we've done that, and the last time that we've been here, that has come out in one way or another. And I think it's still going to come out as we continue to go forward with this particular project.
Yes, you're up.
First, I think everybody can agree that this has been very, it's been a long process. I think that really this process started about 2.5 to 3 years ago with the master plan hearings. And a lot of the same folks have come out over the last few years. That's right. A lot of us have been out over the last few years discussing not only during the master plan advisory hearings regarding the township at large, but particularly with this area of town. Similar to what Mr. Gonzalez said, and I think I said this several times over the last few years, I used to ride my dirt bike. I grew up down the street on Drake Road, and I used to ride my dirt bike through what's now the Fairways and Enclave developments. And they were pristine wooded areas. it was what it was. We can't look back, and we can only look forward. This particular piece of property is subject to ongoing litigation, and I'm not personally familiar with all the litigation, but in Superior Court, from what I understand, and questioning whether or not this particular piece of property deserves or is entitled to development, whether it was part of open space for the original Fairways approval. I know that as a planning board, we have to take a look at current township ordinance, which is promulgated by the governing body, and we have to make our best decision as to whether or not an application which is before us meets the ordinance or doesn't meet the ordinance. It's not easy sometimes, but I want to thank both the applicant side and also the Fairway side for bearing with us through these hearings, because I really feel that we did take a lot of time to hear both sides, and I want to thank also all the residents from everywhere, wherever they came out from Fairways and from other places, for also taking their time to bear with us as we go through this, because it's not an easy decision. Whatever we decide, I think that there's been a lot of thought to it. And I personally play golf there, so whatever happens, if something does happen, I will miss the golf course. But I just will thank everybody for bearing with us through the process.
Just general thoughts right now. You can pass.
I just want to echo the sentiments of the other fellow board members. I think we heard great points from both sides, both opposing and for. And I think what prevailed in my mind was that there is no guarantee in the general development plan. I think I agree with Mr. Schneider's assessment that it is I forget the exact words, or feasibility. And I think that point was proven, Mr. Nato, in the 48-inch pipe. Had that not come up now, that may have come up later, and it would have gone from 560, whatever it was, down to the 512 that it is now. So this idea that there's a guarantee, who knows? Maybe we'll find another 48-inch pipe and it'll go down to 400. Maybe we'll find oil, and they won't build houses at all. I hope they do. And the oil will go down. But, as Mr. Flansbaum said, Lakewood is not the Lakewood that it once was. I know what it means to live in a condensed neighborhood myself. I lived in a very dense neighborhood. I sold my house at a considerable loss and moved to a more open space neighborhood. I know it's not fun, but this is the Lakewood that we live in. And the idea that there should be no more development, I don't think that's the right idea. The idea that there should be unlimited development, I agree also. I don't think that should be the idea. And I think this board has taken into consideration all the aspects of what we heard on both for and opposing. And I think we'll collectively come up with a good plan.
I'll echo the thanks from all the participants and most who've been with us for all of these. How many went to the alley? Is tonight 7? You don't remember? Yeah, tonight's 7. I think both sides, by the way, counsel, where are you, counsel? It was a pleasure to watch both of you. You both represented your clients with zeal, and you guys are both professionals at the peak of your practice, so it's a pleasure watching you. The question that has never really been clear in my mind, and I've asked it for several of the witnesses that have come up here, is where's the bright line between the standard for the GDP and the standard for a normal site plan or subdivision approval? And most of these really smart people with big degrees didn't really have a super clear answer. And maybe that's just the nature of the law. It is by nature gray. The working principle that I think we've tried to do is there anything so fundamentally flawed with this plan that no matter how you tweak it, it's going to fail? And after 30 hours of testimony, I think the two areas we wanted to focus on, and we brought the applicant back, was the stormwater drain and some of the traffic issues. To my mind, the stormwater drain, had it not been addressed, could have been a fatal flaw. So hats off to you, Ms. Donato, and your team that you found it, you brought it to everybody's attention. I think the board gave everybody the forum to really dig down into it. And hats off to the applicant that they didn't try to hide, and they came back with a plan that on the surface seems feasible, but we're going to look into it more as we proceed. The last piece is the traffic. To me, that the first three phases are clear, and there's a lot of focus on the stuff coming out of the development. The piece that I'm still unclear on is what we should do, if anything, for the off-site impacts, and how we measure that, and how we give the applicant settled expectations, that they know what benchmarks they have to hit, and there's not going to be a surprise when a future board is going to pull the wool out, the rug out from underneath you. So I think that's going to be maybe part of that's one of these I'm going to be focusing on when we start voting. With that being said, does anybody have a motion?
I am willing to make a motion. It's a very complex application, and we're looking not 5 years, we're looking down 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years down the line from now. And I think with this motion, I'd like to make a motion to approve this GDP plan with these stipulations. One, the boulevard going into the park from Cross Street would need to be one lane coming in, 3 lanes going out. Dedicated right lane, dedicated left lane, and a lane to help alleviate traffic. 2, the roadways in the development should and will follow the master plan's recommendation of road widths.
Of what?
Road widths.
Road widths.
As part of the phasing project, we're now looking at about 515 units. So each phase we're going to say is roughly around 100 units per phase. If you want to break down break down 5. One is, before any COs are issued on phase 1, Cross Street must be widened to have a turning lane from Route 9 until East Veterans. 2, before any COs are issued on phase 2, Boulevard at Cross Street needs to have a traffic light installed. 3, before the final COs on phase 3, Cross Street along the applicant's frontage must be fully dualized, including the turning lane. 4, before any COs are issued on phase 4, we'd like to see a plan for a second way into the development. 5, during each phase of the subdivision, all stormwater matters will be addressed then. And 6, we'd like to see a fiscal report at each phase of the subdivision. That is my motion.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing that
I would recommend that also be considered with that is that at the time of resolution, that motion would include that I would go through the record, all the representations made by the applicant, and they would be also included in that motion.
All things, Mr. Schneider?
Yes. And anything throughout the hearing that they've made representations, and that'll be in the resolution.
Would you accept that as a friendly amendment? Okay. So before we ask for a second, this is kind of new, and I haven't certainly reviewed it. Terry, how is that? Are there differences between what just was moved and your recommendations that you gave us a letter yesterday?
The recommendations that are in this approval, if approved, are more conservative than either the applicant proposed or we concurred in our review. It's more conservative.
Can you specify the areas that are more conservative?
You're asking for improvements further ahead of phases than was stipulated in the applicant's proposal. The mention, I believe, of the secondary access at phase 4, is that correct? That is new.
I think the third lane is also. I think the resolution will for 4 lanes, 1 lane in and 3 out, if I heard it correctly.
I thought the public portion was closed. This is the time for the board to deliberate and make its decision.
Mr. Stern, you can take comments from council.
I think I would welcome,
but as recognized through you.
Fine. I mean, no, I think we want to make sure that we get this right, and we here are not experts, so we're making motions. I want to make sure the motions are precise enough that we actually know what we're moving and future people know how to implement them.
Yeah, I wasn't advocating, I was just pointing out that if I heard correctly, that was another way that's different from what's proposed.
So say what you're saying, what you think he's proposing.
I think the resolution called for a total of the boulevard to be a total of 4 lanes, 1 lane in and 3 out. And what's been proposed is 1 in and 2 out.
Okay. Terry, what else?
That's all I'm aware of at this point.
So what, so tell me.
Chair, I've tried to write them down as Mr. Meyer proposed them. I will go through them one by one.
That's probably a good idea.
Why don't we do that so we actually we're clear, and then Terry wants you to I want to be precise.
The first was that.
I want you to comment after Ally says it. I want you to comment.
The first is that the boulevard be the 4 lanes, 1 lane in, 3 lanes out. That I believe is a new condition above and beyond what was proposed and discussed.
Correct.
Okay. And what does that extra lane get us?
It allows to have a completely left turning lane and a completely right turning lane, and 1 lane in the middle that I guess either way to allow track so that someone turning left doesn't hold up. There was discussion about would the left turn be the only left turn, would the right turn be right turn and left turn. I guess the 3 lanes is to allow more traffic going both directions so that one turning movement doesn't go.
Who's that? Hang on, guys. Scott, we're really trying to do this right. We'll keep on. But hold on. So Terry, is that like that would be great, or is that unnecessary?
Anything that will facilitate movements is beneficial in my opinion. I mean, obviously, we don't want 20 lanes, but to have more lanes such that certain movements are not holding up others is beneficial in the process.
And this is what you want on phase 1 or phase 2? Phase 1, Mr. Schneider. On a scale of 1 to 10, is this horrific? Is this okay? Annoying?
I guess I would only know that it doesn't affect the motoring public on Cross Street. It only affects the people in the new development. I don't know how difficult it would be to make the road wider, but it's not something that affects the motoring public. The left turn lane in, there's only going to be 1 lane in. That lane affects the motoring public on Cross Street. How many lanes coming out only affect the residents of the new development.
Are you opposed to it strongly?
May I confirm whether is the video still on?
I think we'd have no problem with it at the intersection.
as
Is
opposed
that-
to the full length of the,
How long would they be? How many cars have to go in?
I'd just like to know if this section of the proceeding is going to be on the video, because I think it ends at 10, and it is now almost 10:30.
I believe the video ends at 10:30, the audio recording is going to.
Okay, thank you. Can you access the audio recording on the website?
No, it starts on the website.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're clear on what?
I would say at the intersection as approved by the board at site.
Jerry, could you accept that?
I think that's what he said. That's what he said.
Okay, again, not expert. Okay, let's keep going then. What's the second
The
point?
second item, Mr. Meyer indicated the roadways need to follow the master plan's recommendations for road openings, which I believe are above and beyond RSIS and first ordinance standards. That may require a road widening within a development that had not previously been.
How much wider is that?
I have not looked at the master plan recommendations relative
I
to
believe
this.
it's
certain things, we have no problem with that.
Okay, check.
The third item is that cross must be widened to have a turning lane from, not just in front of the site, but from Route 9 to East Veterans before Phase 1 COs. Before, I believe it was at Phase 2 COs and only within front of the site.
My only concern with that, Chairman, is not so much this project, just to make sure that whatever this board recommends is consistent with the county design. Cross Street is a county road.
Is this a county improvement or DOT improvement?
If it's Cross Street, it's county.
I'm not visualizing any of this. So
I'll repeat, just so the entire all pages. The applicant has proposed that prior to Phase 2 COs, the center lane on the cross street must be provided in front of the site. Mr. Meyer is requesting that the center lane on cross street be provided from Route 9 to Veterans prior to any Phase 1 COs. Right, I mean, the county project need to be completed before any COs can be issued. I see.
my gut is that might be a little bit much. You know, I'm just talking me.
I agree, it's a low block. Our concern is that it creates motivation to pressure the county not to allow it at all.
So let me ask you, whatever Mr. Meyer said, at what juncture would it make more sense? Again, I'm not visualizing, I don't really know what we're talking about specifically.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have a standing objection to this procedure. This is the time for the board to make its decision to impose the conditions that it thinks are reasonable and not negotiate with the applicant based upon false ideas that we're going to affect
Chairman, I would recommend to clarify it so that the board understands what Mr. Meyer's motion is, and then the board can determine whether or not
But if the applicant is not objecting, we don't have to belabor it.
the applicant does not have to object or agree, the board can make whatever.
I understand.
Can I suggest something? Let Ally repeat everything that was in Mr. Meyer's motion. This is not for, do you agree to this? Let's either do it or not do it. Repeat it, and that's it. This is not.
I agree, but